to get the show on the road. Yeah, everything should be open. All right, we should be live on both YouTube channels, on vertical and horizontal. For those who haven't been around, we have two YouTube streams, one for horizontal stream and one for vertical stream. The horizontal stream is DZ Debates, and the vertical stream is Deconstruction Zone, obviously. You should be able to find those in the description of the various YouTube videos or in the Discord. But welcome in. Thank you for being here. Good to see everyone. Looks like the YouTube and TikTok crew are starting to filter in. Good to see you, Obsidian and Leah, friends. Josie, I think, is in the chat with us. Deep Burrito, good to see you. Silataxabit, good to see you, friend. Jamnik has been here with us, so welcome in. We should have both some guests and some opposition here shortly. You know how the stream tends to take a minute to propagate, so we'll get that going. And while we do, thank you so much for joining the Kraken Crew Elite, Roy. Big W, appreciate that. And also Rachel. Rachel, thank you so much for joining the Kraken Crew Elite. Everyone in the Kraken Crew Elite has access to the deconstruction cheat sheet. I think it's the best way to deconstruct. That's just my personal opinion. In fact, I started a new tab on it this week. If you already have access, definitely go check it out. There's a tab for other resurrected entities besides Jesus from history. So I got 3 or 4 people on there now with the ancient sources. So definitely look forward to that. And welcome in, friends. Great to see you. All right, we do have one guest in here already, so we'll get our guest brought in. Thank you for the hand hearts, Leah. I appreciate that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What
sure.
do you? Why?
Welcome in, Prophet.
What hyperlink?
Prophet, are you?
The Bible has.
Prophet.
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian.
Okay, so you're a Christian.
I'm a Christian.
Okay.
I'm a Christian. I've been here 1,000 times.
I'm sure.
And I've cooked you so many times.
I've never heard of you, so that seems unlikely. So, Prophet, I assume you're at least 18 then?
Yes, I am. I'm over 18. I am a Christian, a very lauded Christian, if you will, very respected in the Christian community.
Was that
and
so?
I want to, yeah, because I know that the Bible has about 30,000 hyperlinks and a very congruent story. Amazing book.
Neither one of those things are true.
Written over a millennia, a 1,500 history, a 1,500-year history.
About 800 years, really.
Different people from different economic and social and
crazy
racial
that they think these talking points are effective.
Ethnicity background. I mean, it's just amazing, the hyperlinks and the congruence and the confluence of information.
What do you think a hyperlink is?
A hyperlink is an idea from a different topic, a different writer, linking it into another different writer with the same ideology.
Okay, so if an author from the New Testament mentions the city Jerusalem, is that a hyperlink to the Old Testament?
Yeah, that is a fantastic point. That is the same Jerusalem that we were talking about, unless we're talking about the same Jerusalem in a prophetic sense, which is still an interesting idea.
It's crazy that the yes or no question required so many words. Is this yes or no? Do you consider it a hyperlink when somebody in the New Testament mentions a city like Jerusalem that happens to be in the Old Testament?
Of course.
Okay, so that to me is why your argument is nonsense. Thank you for the Galaxy, Parker. That's why your argument is nonsense. Just because somebody mentioned a city that they happen to live near, and people lived near it hundreds of years ago, doesn't mean that they're doing something significant. I can talk about old cities here in the USA, and that doesn't mean that I'm doing anything significant. Sometimes cities are around for a while.
I mean, that's fair. I'm just saying that at least I'm talking about the consistency of idea and message.
Well, I don't think that exists.
Of messaging and idea is incredibly consistent.
Oh, not at all.
Centuries.
Not even close.
Centuries of writing.
What does the God of the Old Testament say about the law that he gives? How long should you follow the law?
He says that nobody is going to heaven because you respect or do my law. That is very consistent with the New Testament
Crazy
writers
that you didn't answer
who
my
say that you
question.
don't
My
need to.
question is how
That is
long?
exactly.
How long did he say to follow the law for?
He said to follow it when you're, I mean, on earth.
For
For how
for
long?
how long?
For your life. For how long?
Yeah.
He told Israel to follow the law till, well, till the end of time.
Yeah, forever. Okay, okay.
Because
So the law
the
is not
end of
temporary, it's permanent.
the essence of it, yes.
I'm not talking about the
The
essence. I'm
essence of
talking
it.
about the law, like this code of conduct that God's people have to obey. That law is in effect forever.
It's not forever because, well, it doesn't. It does say that
Well,
it's
it does.
forever.
It does say forever, yeah.
When
In the Hebrew Bible, it says it
it
on
does
multiple
say,
occasions, right? So when you get to the New
but there
Testament
is.
and you get this crazy guy named Paul saying, no, it's not actually forever, it's temporary. It was a temporary schoolmaster. That's not congruent, and that seems to be a pretty major theological issue.
Well, I give you a new law, not like the old law, but a
Well,
new law.
a
Not
new
like
law would be
not like
different.
love, not like love like the Old Testament, but love like the New Testament.
Yeah,
But love is the
a
important
new
thing
law
here.
would be a problem if he said follow this law forever.
Exactly. Don't put your
So
old
then they're
wine in an
then they're not
old
congruent.
wineskin.
Yeah. So if the lawgiver
Because
says follow this law forever, and then somebody later comes in and says no, that law is not forever, one of those two are wrong.
you see, the idea of what the law is very consistent,
It's
right?
not.
It lives on forever because how do you express a law of um, the idea, the substratum of the law before you tell what the law is. If the law is based on love, and you want a refreshed love for every generation going on forwards, you tell them that, you give them a new law, you give them a new idea of what love is, because you still don't know what love is, even in the New Testament sense, even
I
in the
agree.
21st
Even
century
in the New
sense.
Testament, you have no idea what love is because God is perfectly okay with throwing people into hellfire for merely being sinful of only one sin. So yeah, you're right. The Old Testament and the New Testament has no idea what love is all the way through. But now you're just gish galloping to a new topic. I'm talking about what to do with the actual laws because the Old Testament and Jesus himself says that the laws are going to be in effect until heaven and earth pass away. And as far as I can tell, heaven and earth haven't passed away yet.
That's the thing that I want to hone in on, because the idea of the fact that the love is the overarching
He can't actually
umbrella
focus.
of what the law is. Well, I'm really, because you we need to go back to what culture is, and
Is it
what
loving to
culture is
own
to that.
slaves?
We need to go back to what culture is to
Yeah,
that
I know. Is
time.
it loving
We
to
need
own
to,
slaves?
if you love your slave, and if your slave loves you, who are you to judge?
I'm asking, is it loving to own slaves? All you need is a yes or no.
Who are you to judge if the slave and the
I'm
slave
not
master
judging
is in a
anything.
loving
I'm
relationship?
asking you is if owning
Why are you
slaves is
against love?
loving.
Why are you against love? I'm not. It's not a
I
gotcha
never
question.
said anything.
Or
I'm asking you a question. Questions require answers, not new questions. Is owning a human being as property loving?
let me ask you a question.
Nope, you're
Have
going to
you
answer
ever
my
loved your wife?
question. Does owning another human being, can you do that lovingly? Is that a loving thing to do?
Have, have you loved your wife? Have you ever loved your wife?
Buddy, you're going to answer my question or I'll move on to an actual adult that will. Does owning another human being as property, is that love? Is that loving? It just requires a yes or no.
I love them to set them free, but if they want to come back, let them.
I didn't
If
say
they love
anything
me
about
back,
setting them free or letting them come back. I'm asking, is it loving to own another human being as property?
I love them so much
That's not
that
an
they're
answer to the
mine. I will
question.
set
It's a
them
yes
free.
or no.
Well, this is the thing. You want to pigeonhole this
It's
conversation,
not a pigeonhole.
or
You want to
you
run
want to
away
talk about
from
what
easy
love is.
questions because you're a coward. So just answer the question. Is it loving to own another human being as property?
No, I would set them free because I love them. But if they
Okay,
love me
so it's
back and
not
they can come
loving
back,
to own another
sure.
person as property. The loving thing to do would be to let them go free. And why is that the more loving thing to do?
What if they want to come back?
I
Are
didn't
you
ask
gonna
about
let
that.
them
I
go
said,
back?
why is it more loving to set them free?
Because you don't want to dictate how they should govern their loving identity.
Okay, so loving somebody entails that you give them the freedom to have their own autonomy.
That's one part. Yes,
Okay,
that's
okay.
that's
Now,
one.
if I took somebody's autonomy from them and didn't give them a choice, that would not be loving. But that's what we call slavery. Like when I own another human being, they no longer have autonomy over their life. They don't have the decision to leave. They can't walk away. That's called slavery. The God of the Bible endorses that kind of slavery.
What this is the thing about slavery is that you're assuming that the slaves don't want to be enslaved.
I'm not assuming that. I know that to be a fact. That's why they kept running away. In fact, we've got instances in the ancient Near East and in the Bible of slaves continuously running away.
No, and a genuine question. How? Give us an estimate or a percentage of how what percentage of slaves would want to be set free.
How could I possibly know? But my guess is almost all of them.
So you would say 99.9% of slaves
Do you think
want
the
to be
when the Israelites were slaves in Egypt that they wanted to be free?
well, that's I'm talking about slave
Oh,
master relationship.
now you don't
I'm
like the
talking no,
question.
I'm
Soon as
talking
you have to
about
answer the question, you don't actually like it. See how
no
silly
because
it is to
you're
ask
talking about
questions that
Leviticus. You're
require
talking
people to
about
read
Leviticus.
minds?
No, I'm talking about an actual slave master relationship within the context of ancient Israel,
I know the
right? And
context. God says you can own slaves and you can force people to do slave labor. You can enforce entire towns, entire cities to be your slave labor. Deuteronomy chapter 20.
okay, then let's assume that we follow that law to a T during
I'm
that time.
and you think
And
that's loving.
no, are you assuming
Okay,
that
so I think
everybody there will
you've kind of lost the plot here because
just
you
just
started
feel
by
about it.
saying
Just
that the
feel about it.
Bible is full of love and it teaches you how to be loving and all this stuff. And now we keep finding these little pockets where it seems like God is not a God of love. God is a God who thinks that slavery and oppression is okay. So
Well,
maybe your book's
you're
really
assuming
not
that
all that
every slave
loving.
is a slave because you're assuming that every slave should think like you,
I
and
certainly
every
didn't
slave
make that
hates their master.
assumption.
Well, you're also making an assumption that every slave hates their master.
I didn't make that
That's an
assumption
assumption
either.
too. You're also assuming that every
I didn't make
master
any of these
doesn't
assumptions.
take
These are assumptions that you
doesn't
wish I made because they're the assumptions that you already like thought of talking points for. But
you're
they're not
also
assumptions
assuming
that I made. They're assumptions that you're placing on me. Now, you agreed
you're
with me. It wasn't an assumption. You agreed with me that it's better to be free than to be a slave, which means I'm not making any assumptions. I'm literally just agreeing with you that, yeah, it's better to be free than to be a slave. However, the God of the book is perfectly okay with people owning slaves. In fact, even children that are
so you're
born into
not
slavery, God is perfectly okay with it. Do you think that like owning a child as a slave and keeping them a slave for life because they were born into it is a good thing?
of course that's a horrendous thing, but
Then why does God say you can do it?
you're assuming that that child, well, okay, obviously the child doesn't have consent, but if we're talking
Yeah,
about
obviously the
especially
child
like
didn't.
but if you're talking about like let's say like an 18-year-old slave
I'm
or a
not.
20-year-old
I'm
slave,
not. I'm
that
talking
does
about a child. Try to stay on topic. A child born into slavery, you said, is horrific. I agree. I don't think children should be allowed to be born into slavery because it's without their consent and they have no
what
freedom
does
to
that even
leave. The
mean? What does
God of
that
the book
mean?
thinks that it's okay to own children as slaves, which means the God of the book is okay with this horrendous practice.
How do you set a child that is born a slave free? Enlighten me.
You just let them go.
Oh, you just let them go to the
The
desert into the
the
desert?
the same way we let the slaves go after the Civil War. The same way. You just let them go.
Okay, so how do you want to provide for their I don't
You,
know
you just let
food?
them go. You say, You can go now.
out in the desert.
There's about
You
100
want
ways you
to
can
give them
let them
food?
go. You can let them
You want to give
go
them
with
food?
nothing. You can let them go with money. You can let them go with money, food,
Interesting.
and sustenance. You can let them go with their family. You can let them go with a foreigner. You can literally just let them go.
Okay, let's say I let them go. That child has to be free. I'm going to let him go, right? And I let him go with nothing versus him staying with me. Which one would you choose?
Let them go.
You let him go?
Yeah.
Okay, that's crazy because
God's God's
he
God's
might.
okay with it. God tells Abraham to cast Hagar and Ishmael out into the desert, and they were fine.
Oh well, that's before he told them to go back because she doesn't have
No, that's
a way of
after.
sustaining herself. That's after. That's what I'm saying. That's after. But first, he told her to come back.
Yeah, and then
He
he told them to let them go out in the desert. They were sent out into the desert. They nearly died of dehydration, and then God sent an angel and showed them where the water was. So listen, like there's no if your God is real, there shouldn't be a problem with just letting slaves go free. God is going to take care of them. He's taking care of the sparrow. He can take care of the slave set free.
he literally he literally what's called what is it what's the actual place called? She named a place after this god that let her go and sustained her along the way. She literally named that place.
Yeah.
What is it called? Because that is how you let go. The way you let go is by sustaining that child. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah,
How do
yeah,
you know that
I agree.
every
Yeah,
slave?
so they were let out in the desert with no sustenance, and God showed them where the water was, and they figured the rest out.
Well, again, like there's two times that they were let go. The first time she was told to go back.
Buddy, we're
That
not
was a
talking
directive.
about the first time. Try to stay on topic. We're talking about the second time. The first time she ran away, she wasn't let go.
Exactly.
The second time she was sent away. So focus up, pay attention.
Okay, then how about if the God who sent her away sent her want you to send slaves away according to that, according to the sustenance
That'd be
that he
great.
provided her
Send them away. They'll
after
be
his
fine. So there's a couple
well,
problems
of
with
course.
your there's a couple
Okay.
problems with your
Isn't,
argument,
isn't
which is
Genesis
that
given with Exodus and Deuteronomy and Leviticus?
there's a couple problems with your argument, primarily that the God of the Bible does send people away without sustenance all the time. Secondly,
What?
you're also assuming that that's the only
You defeated your
option.
own argument. You literally defeated your own argument.
I literally did not. So the second problem is that you're assuming the only option is to just cast them out into the desert with nothing. It's not the only option. God could literally say, "Hey, when your slave reaches the age of maturity, send them away with resources." The same thing he tells people in Deuteronomy to do to your Hebrew servants. When they're done serving you, send them away with a certain amount of money and sustenance.
Isn't okay?
This
Simple question.
the same thing he did to the Israelites when they left Egypt. When they left Egypt, he predisposed the Egyptians to give sustenance and resources and property and whatnot, or goods, to the Israelites as they were leaving. He could have done that. So the God who's making the rules can easily just make the rule so that it's good and not bad. He could say, send these slaves away. They don't need to be slaves anymore, and make sure you provide for them. He could have said it. He didn't say it.
Isn't it the same God that provided sustenance after she was let go, after she was sent away? Isn't that same God the God that gave those laws?
Again,
Isn't it the same
that's
God?
not in the story. You keep adding to the story. God didn't provide anything for Hagar and Ishmael once they got into the desert. Literally, the only thing God did was it says that their eyes were opened and they saw where the water was, where the well was. That's it. He didn't provide for them.
No, I'm just saying, like, first time he sustained her and told her to go back, right?
No,
And then the
the first
second
time
time,
he literally did not. The first time he met her in the desert and he sent her back. Again, we're not talking about the time she ran away. We're talking about when she was set free. She was set free with her son in the desert, and they figured it out.
They didn't figure it out. That he
Yeah,
helped them
they did
figure it.
figure it out. They literally grew into an entire nation.
Well, because he sustained them for that moment,
That's not
and
in the
that's the point.
story. Show me in the story where it says that.
He provided water for when they
He
were.
literally did not. All he did was showed her where the water was. It was right in front of her.
Well, that's the point. We what that's sustenance. He sustained them. The same God that sustained those
He didn't. He
slaves.
didn't. He
That's the
didn't.
way.
He didn't sustain them. He didn't provide anything for them.
She literally named. She literally named the place the God that provides, or something
Wrong.
like that,
Wrong again.
or the God that sees, the God that sees. If I'm correct.
Yeah, and that was
So
when
like,
she ran away, not when she was set free. You keep confusing the two stories because you don't actually know your book. In the
the
second,
point
in
is
the
God
second, in
sustained
the
his
second
slaves.
In the second story, she gets sent out into the desert with her son Ishmael. They nearly die out there. And then God shows up and opens her eyes so that she can see where the water is, because the water was there the whole time. That's it. He didn't give her any food, didn't give her any bread, none of that nonsense. Now, sure, you can make an inference to say that God wasn't going to let her die. Sure. But again, anything beyond that is you just adding to the story. But it's all kind of silly because none of it actually gets to the point, which is it's better if you're a slave to just be set free. So you're doing all these jumping jacks, all these cartwheels for nothing. None of it fixes the problem, which is that your book completely endorses slavery. It's totally okay with slavery, and it didn't have to. It could have literally said, let them serve for a period of 6 years and then go free in the seventh. The Code of Hammurabi did. They served for 3 years and went free in the fourth year. The male Hebrew Israelites did that. They served for a period of 6 years and went free in the seventh year. It could have said that about everybody. It could have said, do it for the foreigners, do it for the women. It didn't say that. So all this talking is nonsensical.
Okay, what I'm saying is the way you set them free is inferred by Genesis. That's all. The way.
It's
That's
not.
all. Then we just agreed that he made her see that there was water,
It
and
says he
and
opened her eyes, and you're missing the
yeah,
entire point. The entire point is the slaves that the Israelites owned. First of all, they didn't have to own them. That didn't need to happen in the first place. Second place,
exactly.
second place, even if they did own slaves, there's nothing wrong with letting them go free.
Of course, because you're missing the whole when that law was given, it was given along Genesis. It was given along Exodus, right? It was given along the whole storyline
It was
of
not.
God's. It was given. You weren't just given
The
Leviticus.
law
Israel was
the
given
law was
Genesis
not
along with
into
Leviticus.
effect. The law was not in effect during the period of the Genesis. So the law was
No,
not into
I'm
effect.
talking about.
The law was not in effect until Moses led the Israelites into the desert, and then God gave the laws.
I'm talking about when that law was given. It was given along Genesis.
It was not.
Genesis, the book.
I
The
think
book.
I think your biggest hurdle here is using words properly.
No, it was given along the book Genesis.
It was
So
not.
they knew how to treat slaves because
They
God
did
treated
not.
slaves as such.
They beat their
But again, like
slaves. Do you
this is
think
just a
beating
this is
do you
just a
think
fact.
beating slaves is okay?
No, it's well, not. I would say 99% of the time it's wrong to beat your slaves.
Okay,
You
so
know.
99% of the time it's wrong. The 1% of the time it's right. But God doesn't
Yeah.
make any distinction. God just says when you beat your slave, make sure you don't execute him. Right? It
I
says
mean, you would
when a
beat the
slave
shit out
owner
of
strikes a
your.
male or female slave with a rod and the slave is unalived immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives for a day or two,
Let's say your butler.
I don't know why you keep talking over me reading the book to you. It's crazy. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the slave owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives for a day or two, there's no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. So God makes no distinction over when you can or cannot beat your slave. He just says, if you do beat your
Let's
slave, make sure you don't kill them.
Let's say your butler steals your Birkin. What are you gonna do?
I'm certainly not going to beat them.
I
Also,
mean, I'm gonna beat
also,
it. I'm gonna beat it.
are
I'm
you
gonna tell
are
you.
you aware that butlers and slaves aren't the same?
I mean, they. I don't know. Like you say, this. That's irrelevant. What
Do you
I'm
think
saying
do you
is,
think
your
a
butler.
butler is a slave or a job?
I mean, it definitely used to be a slave
Have you
position.
never watched like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
I mean, if your butler steals your Birkin, you can beat the shit out of it. Come on.
Oh, so you'd be okay with beating even your workers?
I'm just saying
See,
that there is.
this is why you're a
This is how.
walking. This is why you're a red flag. Your religion is red flags. Your book is red flags, because you think it's
Okay, I asked
okay
you a question. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
because
Your butler steals.
you think it's okay to beat people with rods. That's what you think. Now, I don't know about you, but like the places where I worked, you don't get to beat your employees for stepping out of line. There's lots of ways you can deal with it. You can fine them. You can take them to court over it. You can fire them. You can just say you're no longer employed here anymore, and you're gone. You can take it out of their wages. You can say, listen, you're still employed here, but I'm going to garnish your wages until it's all paid back. There's lots of ways to deal with theft. You shouldn't have to beat them. See, what you're doing is you're demonstrating the entire time that you're just as vile as your book is,
Interesting. You do believe in discipline, though,
which is why you're just as bad as the book. And I knew
but you just punished your employees. Why did you do?
and I knew that you would be this vile when you came up here because of the way you entered the stage. You entered the stage with a lie that you've talked to me, with another lie stating that somehow you cooked me or some nonsense like that. And now you've spent, I don't know what, the last 20 minutes, 25 minutes talking nonsense. We finally got to the point where you've admitted that you're a vile POS and you're willing to literally beat your employees with the rod. So I think that's all we need to know about you. I'm gonna move on to the next guest and
I'm gonna keep my.
what kind
If
of
you steal my Birkin,
see what kind of vile nonsense they've got in store. But thanks for letting your true colors show. We appreciate that. Okay, well, off to a strong start, friends. Let's grab some super chats. Saint Brush says, obscure New Testament apocrypha lingered in Christian communities long enough to influence things like Dante and Milton, and I find it cool. One story is Sentinel or Satan L poisoning the Eden tree, which is badass. Yeah, well, thank you for the 1066 Saint Brush, and you're right. In fact, if you look at a lot of the medieval and Renaissance art from the church, a lot of it is actually of stories that show up in the Apocrypha. A lot of people think that like all the early art, medieval art and whatnot was biblical. It's not. A lot of it's apocryphal. Spencer says the Bible certainly is incredibly consistent. Yeah, it certainly is not. Not even close. We'll cover some of that today. And Design says, fun fact, how do you know they want to be free is the first line of a fugitive slave law. That's the craziest thing is when your argument starts with, how do you know the slaves would even want to be free? Okay, well, you'd never know because they didn't have the opportunity to fucking go free. But as soon as we let them go free, you know what they all did? They went free. I think that tells you all you need to know. Design, thank you again for the $5 super chat. It says, never have I seen someone so desperate to go to heaven full of slavers. I know. I'll never understand it. So, like the heaven of the Bible must be full of slave owners, and I don't want anything to do with that heaven. Marcus Frank, good to see you this morning. Says, how warped does your mind have to be that you're arguing from the standpoint that you should only have a slave, but that you should beat them? Yeah. You should not only have a slave, but you should beat them. That's what we keep saying. Like normal people will defend the most horrific stuff up here because it's in their book. They have to. They have to do the gymnastics. They don't have a choice. They either deconvert or they defend the nonsense. Haunted Sky, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, those whom you can get to believe absurdities you can get to commit atrocities. Yeah, from Voltaire. That's a common phrase in these debate spaces, and we're with you 1,010%. Once you could get people to believe in magic, there's nothing you can't convince them of. As soon as their magic sky fairy says it's okay to hurt people, guess what they're going to be doing? And Silver Surfer, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $4.99. Big W, friend. And Megs, good to see you as well. It says selfishly donating so that Justin can quit his job to create more content. I can't get enough of the lives. Praise God. Well, that brings me probably to, I don't know how many people are here, but it might be a good time for an announcement. I'm going to be adding this coming week. My summer schedule is still like this, because it kind of depends on where my son is. But I'm going to be adding new streams to my schedule. I'm still going to be streaming when my full-time schedule commences. I'm still going to be streaming on Wednesday night, Friday night, and most Sunday nights. But I'm going to add in on Tuesday and Thursday. I'm going to be adding in daytime streams like what we're doing today. So we'll basically be streaming 5 times a week. So it's going to be awesome. And the other news is I can only do that because of great support from friends like you who are supporting the channel, because today it was my last day at my current place of employment. So I'm going to be cranking the dial up to 11, and we're going to be cooking all the time. We're going to be cooking with propane. We're going to make Hank Hill proud. All right, let's see. Brain, thank you for the super chat. Says, is there any reliable historical documents in the Bible, such as the Gospels, Paul's letter, or the Dead Sea Scrolls from Brianna? So that's a fair question. I don't know what reliable means, though, right? But if you want to say, okay, what parts of the Bible are the most historical? Typically, the most historical portions, I would say, is like what we find in the Book of Kings. I think Kings is highly historical. Obviously, it's from a very skewed point of view. But it's same thing with all ancient literature. Like if you read the Babylonian Chronicles and they talk about how they went to war with the Israelites and whatnot, their point of view is skewed as well. Like they're saying the same type of crazy stuff. So I do think that those books are attempting to tell history reliably. Now, if you're talking about reliable, like what texts are the most consistent from the earliest text to the later texts, those would probably be the New Testament texts. The texts of the New Testament, like the letters of Paul, are pretty stable over time. So that's where I would go in terms of reliability in that particular direction. But is it true? Like, is the stuff in the book actually true? Of course not. And Ekta says, ending up at the point where one is trying to come up with a special slavery scenario to gotcha one's debate opponent should probably give pause. Isn't that crazy? That you're getting so buried on the slavery topic that now you're trying to make up magical scenarios for a gotcha. And B-Boop says, holy cow, this guy's a clown. Praise Doug. I'm with you, B-Boop, and thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. And Mr. is with us. Thank you so much. Says, why did God build humans with tailbones? Isn't that crazy that the God designed us with all these vestigial organs, all these vestigial pieces of DNA? It seems more parsimonious with evolution than creation, if I had to be quite honest. And Kahoto, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I heard a wise teacher was giving out free bread and fish, but when I went to see him, it turned out he was just saying things were really new while everybody shared what they had, never using the Bible to meal plan again. Bible to meal plan again, yeah. I see what you did there, Kahoto. I appreciate that. But you know what? That brings up a interesting memory when we're talking about crazy believers, because I knew a guy in ministry who actually had this story that he would peddle because he would travel around and preach at other people's churches for money. He would literally tell people that he was at a Bible study once and they didn't bring enough food. You know, only one person brought a casserole, and then they prayed and God multiplied the casserole and everybody at the Bible study was able to eat till they were full on one casserole dish. These people are literally insane. It's crazy that God would multiply your casserole, but he wouldn't heal that little baby dying from cancer. A curious thing. Thomas says, happy Midsummer Eve to everyone from viewers in North Sweden. Well, Thomas or Tomas, thank you so much for saying hello from Sweden, and definitely happy Midsummer. We're getting close. I think tomorrow the summer solstice. Holla Furphy, thank you so much, friend, for sending out 20 DZ memberships. The memberships are the backbone of the channel, just in case anyone didn't know it. The memberships on this channel is what allows me to go live as much as possible. Memberships, and I love the participation with the super chat. You guys can join in the conversation, and I love that. And Freemason Pilot says, I love your stream. I come from a Christian family, but my dad is a narcissist. Could I join and share my story and get your feedback? Well, Freemason, we're not doing stories today. We're only doing debates. But I do, typically when I have more time in my schedule, I do like a Q&A. Also, I'd love to hear your story, actually. Get into the Discord and DM me. Because here in the future, I'm going to be doing more interviews with people who left like high control cults and whatnot. So would definitely love to hear more about your story. And Gizzards is with us. Good to see you, Gizzards. Says, if a slave wanted to come back, that's not slavery. That's called a job. The caller's line of reasoning was nonsensical. Listen, Gizzard, thank you for the super chat, but you're right. He was all over the place. That kid had no idea what he was doing. He didn't even know where he was. He was so concussed, he was in the wrong room. He was making up scenarios that had nothing to do with slavery. And Marduk, one, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the 99 super chat. Says, I read the chapter in the book of Enoch with the portals in the firmament you've talked about. It's a great chapter. It says, man, it was hilarious. It just goes to show you how primitive those people were. So for those who don't know, I've mentioned it before, and Marduk has mentioned it. In the book of Enoch, he tries to solve the riddle of how the sun goes around the flat earth, even though there's a firmament over it, and he envisions windows at the base of the firmament that the sun goes through. He describes the orbit and everything. Guys, you got to read the book of Enoch. It's wild. And Carlos, thank you so much for the $20, 20 DZ memberships. I super appreciate that, Carlos. Big W. Great to see a friend. Always here supporting the stream. And the Nightman cometh. Good to see you as well, my friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hell yeah, it's barbecue time. We're cooking on charcoal or that sweet propane. Listen, we're doing propane today. We are cooking with the propane today. And with that, let me grab I'm going to grab one more super chat, and then we'll grab our next guest. We got a $99 super chat. Thank you so much, friend, from Antoine. Says, congrats on leaving your job and becoming a full-time chef or cook. Well, thank you so much for supporting the channel. It's only because I've got awesome supporters like you guys that allows me to do it. But I'm not going to be resting on my laurels. That's not what's going to happen. I'm cranking the dial up to 11, and listen, we are going to be cooking on the hottest propane stove you've ever seen. That's what's going to happen. All right, let me grab our next guest in here. We should have with us the Battle. How you doing, Battle? Oh, hold on one second. Sorry. All right, we should be able to hear you now. Go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we're good now. Yeah.
All right. So
Battle, are you
actually gonna ask me the questions?
Yeah, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I'm 18. I am a believer. Had been on before.
Oh, so you've been here. Okay. Were you using the same name?
No.
Oh, what was your name last time?
Creed.
Oh, Creed. Yeah, I do remember talking to a Creed, but I don't really remember the full conversation. Also, Bad Religion, thank you for the stars. So, right. Creed, what's on your mind today? Did you want to circle around what we discussed last time, or is this a new issue?
Yeah, well, I kind of think I may actually have you. Like, you may not be able to debunk this.
Debunk what?
Think of that, like Isaiah 50. Okay, what is that? You heard of the book called it's not in the traditional Christian canon. The Wisdom of Solomon.
Yeah.
It talks about like the Son of God in there being like hated for his righteousness.
You're talking about the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2.
Yes.
It doesn't.
It doesn't?
It's talking about how the Jewish people are treated by the wicked non-Jews. The righteous person in Wisdom, chapter 2, is just a Jewish person.
But Trent Horn said that it was about Jesus.
Well, I disagree with Trent Horn.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why
I know
do
that
why do I care what Trent Horn says?
well, I mean, it just seemed convincing to me that like it sounded. It said "Son of God." It talks about someone being hated for their righteousness. Like
Yeah,
it,
and and who were the Jews?
sons of God.
Yeah, they were the sons of God. Yeah, Exodus chapter 4, verse was it 4:22?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
So you don't see it as a prophecy?
No, no. First of all, it's not a prophecy. That's the first problem is that again, people are attributing things that just sound like Jesus. They're calling it a prophecy because it sounds like Jesus, but it's not actually a prophecy.
Like there are prophecies that did come true in the Bible. Like when you say
Like
when you
what?
say like Cyrus, like it talks
What
about
about it?
Cyrus in Isaiah.
Because it
He would
was
set them free.
because Second Isaiah was written when Cyrus was marching westward and conquering everybody.
So what about Josephus? He wrote about how they gave him the scroll and then he let them go. How do you?
So what?
I know that like it said that the scroll talked about Cyrus the Great freeing them, and he freed them. Because of prophecy.
Yeah, the Bible did talk about Cyrus freeing the Israelites because it was written when that was happening,
Oh,
right? So we don't have any Hebrew text that predates Cyrus, not a single one.
not a single one predates Cyrus.
The only thing that comes close is a little snippet from Ketef Hinnom, this little silver scroll. There's two of them, little silver amulets that have a quotation from the Book of Numbers at about 5 or 6, by 10 lines on each.
Yeah, I was just kind of like, I mean, I was thinking like, it doesn't like see. So I know this is like you just want a lot, but and I won't waste much of your time. But do you really not think Isaiah 63 is about Jesus? Because it talks about like,
No,
because it talks about Israel being a wicked nation. How could they possibly atone for sins?
because it's the righteous remnant of Israel that's suffering on behalf of the unrighteous, just like Jeremiah said the same thing about himself, suffering on behalf of the unrighteous Israelites.
Oh, so you're certain about that? Because
Yeah.
I've heard some people claim that it's otherwise. It's not.
Yeah, I'm 100% certain. Yeah.
So you don't like Ezekiel talks about like heaven, doesn't it? Like, does that sound similar to what Jesus talks about later on in the Gospels about like a new earth, heaven, and a new earth?
Well, Ezekiel does. The problem with Ezekiel is that the heaven he's referring to is got a dome over top of it called the firmament in the King James Bible, and that's just simply not the case. There's no firmament. There's no dome.
So it's not possible. Because I thought like,
I mean,
I
do
don't
you
know.
think the Earth is flat?
I hope not. I don't think
No.
it is. No.
I mean, if you
I don't-
believe in the globe Earth, that means you should throw Ezekiel out the window.
So it calls it flat. I thought it said it was a disc. Or disc is flat, isn't it?
Oh, Isaiah 40:22 says it's a disc. Ezekiel doesn't talk about the flatness of the earth. He only talks about the dome.
Oh, so you don't think there's like a way to look at it and go, well, this could still technically mean like a circle, like a sphere.
No.
So it's a flat Earth. Does it, like Genesis 1:1? Does that give you an impression of the flat Earth? Does that not seem logical?
Mm-hmm.
Like it talks about God forming the Earth, like on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me on, Justin. That's all, man.
All right. Good to hear from Battle. Take care. He tried. Listen, Wisdom chapter 2 is a really good chapter. It's a good proof text from the Apocrypha if you want to try to point towards Jesus. But unfortunately, I had 12 years of Catholic school, so it wasn't going to catch me off guard. Kenneth, thank you for the super chat. Big W says, it baffles me that Christians have to lie and know they are lying to defend the religion, the same religion that says don't lie. Yeah, that's the craziest part, actually. The religion that says don't lie. Well, Islam does a little bit of the same, although I think in the Quran you're allowed to lie if you're using it to further the cause of Allah. Van Doodle, thank you for the super chat, says, how can people think like me this? I get very confused with how some callers are like this. Faith I think you mean my faith in humanity, but sometimes these colors. I think I understand what you're trying to say there, Vaughn. Vaughn, thank you for the super chat, by the way. But you're right. Yes, it's easy to lose faith in humanity when you get the callers that are saying this kind of nonsense. Born to Offend, dope name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says I filed some paperwork wrong today at work and got a spanking. Could you imagine if we enacted laws in the U.S. where now you can beat your employees? That's crazy. But listen, Christians be all for it. They love that stuff. They're really into that dom sub business. And Eric, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the disciples thought Jesus was a ghost multiple times. All Christians who don't believe in ghosts must be saying that the disciples had at least some incorrect supernatural belief. Well, I mean, that is the case, right? But I personally, as who was a Christian for a long time, I don't think they'd bat an eye at that. Like if you said, well, the disciples were wrong about something, I think that'd be perfectly okay for most Christians. In fact, the Gospel of Mark depicts the disciples as being like numbskulls. Like they're getting stuff wrong all the time. Nominally Bright says, is there a particular translation edition of Josephus you'd recommend? I'm interested in reading him, but want to make sure I've got a good version. So, well, there's 2 versions out. Neither of them are great. The classic version was by Winston, if I remember correctly. There's a new one that's out. It came a couple years ago. That's a revision. They say it's a new translation. It's not. I've read it. It's like a revision of the Winston. Hold on. Let me see if I got it. Okay, so here's my old copy of Josephus. And the translator was William Whitson. Now, my newer one says that it was translated by William Whitson and commentary by Paul Meyer, and it says it's the new complete works. But if you read it, there's very little change, if ever, between the original and the new updated version. Almost no change. So I wouldn't worry about which edition you get. I would say in the newer edition, they've got some study notes and some extra notes on the side to help you work through some of the issues, like the Flavianum Testimonium or the Testimonium Flavianum. So they've got some stuff like that, but other than that, I wouldn't waste too much time on it. A good question though. I appreciate the question. And Marduk says, congrats on the job situation. That's exciting. It is, Marduk. Thank you so much for sharing in my joy. And Silitac says, heard an apologist debater say prophecies were purposely written vaguely so that Satan and evil demons can't understand them. What? So I've actually heard this argument before. Believe it or not, this is not a new argument, Sil. And this is a real thing, because once you realize the nonsense, now you need an excuse. Rather than admit that it's all a lie, you need to make an excuse. Well, if now you're in the lie manufacturing business, okay, what lie could possibly explain why we would have these vague, nonsensical prophecies? Oh, well, God wanted to throw somebody off the scent, Jordan Thomas, thank you for the super chat. It says, how do you feel about Jesus and how credible he was, or lack thereof, death, burial, and resurrection? Well, first of all, I don't think he was credible. He said a lot of stuff that was wrong. He failed his own second coming prediction. He seems just to be another false prophet. I think he died and was buried somewhere. Who knows? And that was it. And no one's ever heard from him since. Aaron, my friend, thank you so much for sending out 50 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, my friend. I really appreciate that. Aaron, thank you so much for always being here and supporting the stream. It's friends like you that really make this possible. So thank you. And Marie says, my atheist Bible study is doing Song of Songs. Oh, I love the Song of Solomon. So got any resources for self-study on the most rock hard book in their Bible? Geodes, blessings be upon you. Listen, if you're going to study a book in the Old Testament, I highly recommend the Song of Solomon. It's an amazing book. As for a good commentary, I would use who wrote it? It's in the JPS. Now you'll find a lot of commentaries for like the wisdom literature and the poetry. But there is one commentary I would recommend. It's by the JPS for this particular book in general. I mean, I happen to be a fan of the JPS anyways, the commentary series, but I think for the Song of Solomon, I think this is probably the commentary I would start with. This would be my jumping off point. It's a JPS, a Bible commentary on the Song of Songs. Definitely would recommend it. You're going to get a whole lot there. Then, if you want to dive deeper, then obviously there are other ones we could recommend, but that's where I would start. And also, Small Johnson, good to see you, friend. Thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really, really appreciate that, friend. That's super generous. And I hope you're having a good time at work. And Jimmy says, good day from Straya. Praise Doug. Well, good day to you. And hail, Doug. And semicolon, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, struggling deeply, caught in euphoria. Your honesty and knowledge helps. Existentialism is a beautiful bitch. Oh yeah, irony. My B-day is St. Patty's. Praise Doug. That is some irony. And you're right, existentialism is a bitch. Here's the only thing I could tell you, because I went through my existential crisis already when I left the faith. And it is, it's a hell of a ride, but it gets better with time, right? So you're going to go through your stages of grief. You're going to go through your stages of disbelief, and then you're going to start going through the stages of acceptance and recovery, right? So you'll get there. You're going to get to the point where you're able to function again. You're not going to spend all your time stressed out, worried, and anxious. But while you're in the thick of it, it's hard. It's hard. Anyways, how you doing, Triple Cross?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Not too much. Triple Cross, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm 42, man. I'm trying to see if I can rewind the clock, but I don't think it works that way.
No, that's not going to work out for you. I think unless you got a couple $1 million to spend on experimental therapies, I don't think there's much hope in that.
Right. But to answer the question, I am a believer, man, and I want to say your platform is dope, brother.
Yeah, thanks.
It's really dope. I've been sitting here listening for a while, and intellectual dialogue, I'm obsessed with it. So, much kudos to you, brother, and keep doing it.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Okay, so what I wanted to do is, I guess kind of slow the conversation down a little bit and have some good dialogue. And I wanted to ask, okay, it says your God is imaginary. So what I'm more interested in your mind, and what would your definition of imaginary be?
That's a good question. So I use the word imaginary because I think it does a good job of appealing to my actual position, which is
Right.
I think that most God concepts are concepts that can't go any further than the imagination. Like you can imagine your God. The Buddhists can imagine their worldview. The Hindus can imagine their worldview. But when it comes to proving it outside of your imagination, people tend to fall short. They can't do it.
Right. I agree. I agree with that totally. I am a believer, but I'm pretty calm with my belief. You know what I'm saying? I'm not radical, irrational, and stuff like that. And I love to learn. Okay, so I kind of jotted down a few things, and you can kind of make it make sense to me. Okay, so my first point is, would you say that consciousness is imaginary?
I think consciousness is derivative of the brain. And I think the best way to test the hypothesis is with the split brain experiments and with what we've done with medication. So like we can pretty drastically alter somebody's emotions and states of being just using substances that you need prescriptions for. And then on the other side of it, we've done split brain experiments, which has been really interesting because we've been able to, I don't want to use the word create, but we've been able to like create scenarios where individuals develop two different personalities, split personalities, because now their two hemispheres of their brain aren't interacting with each other. And so it's just, to me, it's super fascinating. I think Roger Sperry was the one who initially started those.
Dope. Okay. So personalities, different personalities. Would it be safe to say that there's kind of like a, I'm not the best with words, but like a linear consciousness? Even with those two personalities, there would be kind of like an overall consciousness to, I guess, being alive. Would that be safe to say? Like, I guess consciousness would kind of be like a broader, and personalities could kind of fit inside of that overall consciousness.
Well, I can see why you would ask that question, but let me give you an example from one of the early studies that I think will kind of flesh out why I don't think that to be the case. So there was they would do daily tasks with people that had their brain split, just to see how
Mhm.
their body would behave. Because as it turns out, once your brain is split, you can't coordinate the sides of your body anymore. Like the right side of your body wants to do things, and the left side of your body wants to do something else. And so, what they discovered is sometimes when you're doing a task that requires both sides of your body to work together, they discovered a lot of people couldn't do it. Like there was one guy that had to button his shirt up, right? And he said, "I'm literally buttoning it with one hand, and my other hand's coming behind me and unbuttoning it." It's like I couldn't will myself to button my shirt up because it required both sides of my body to agree with each other, and they wouldn't agree with each other. And so for me, I think that tells me a lot about the consciousness. If it's truly a derivative of the brain, then whatever you do to that brain is going to dictate what your consciousness does and not the other way around.
Okay. Okay. So more like how the brain functions, so to speak. Like the split test, the brain wasn't able to function together in a sense. Okay. Okay. So cool. All right. So okay. So I had another thing that was interesting. Okay. So like slavery, it was on the speaking point of slavery. Um, and one of the things that kind of came to my mind over here in the conversation, and so instead of me like asking you stuff, I kind of just share what my mind asks me in a sense. And it says, does slavery in our perception has to be the perception that God intended to be? Could it have just been employment and man took it upon themselves to be like men? So when I go and I look in the Hebrew term, because you've done a lot of studies, and man, that I admire that, brother. So in the Hebrew term for slave is a direct derivation from the verb bd, to work. Thus, slave is only a worker or servant. And then it says the terminology for slavery permeated relational metaphors in Israel. It was adopted as a metaphor to image the believer's relationship to Yahweh, or based more like an employee. And I think when I think about how we speak about slavery, I think we're kind of compartmentalizing it in the understanding of how we've seen it work in our lifetimes. But in Hebrew terms, it kind of references or directly references to slavery as just a word for employment. Now you have man that take it upon themselves, just like in employment conditions right now in 2025, some could be extreme. I mean, Nike had sweatshops with kids um, making shoes for $2 a week. You
Yeah,
know,
but
so
I don't approve of that either.
right,
Okay.
for sure. But
All right.
there, we
So
have to see. Mhm.
let's not bite off more than we should. Let's address the word for slavery in Hebrew before we get too far down the road. How about we do that?
Okay.
So the word you're referring to is eved in Hebrew, and it can refer to somebody who is a temporary servant or permanent servant. It's the context of the passage that will tell you whether or not you're an actual slave or an indentured servant. Now, if you're talking about somebody who's strictly a hired worker, somebody who gets paid, that's a shakir in Hebrew. And we find both of these words used in Leviticus 25. I think Leviticus 25 is the best example to illustrate the point that I'm making, that God endorses both slavery and indentured servitude. If you start in 39, he says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. they shall remain with you as hired or bound labor. That's a shakir, a hired or bound laborer. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority, and they shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt. Okay, so God is saying, listen, these Israelites don't own each other as property, don't make slaves of each other, because you're my slaves, right? But he gets down to verse 44. He says, as for the male and female slaves, he says Evid here. Evid and Amah in Hebrew are slaves for male and female. It says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So there are, I agree with you, there are indentured servants in the Bible, but God also endorses owning people as property forever. And that's slavery.
And that's a great read. Now, what I do when I look at that, I try to kind of look at it and I say, okay, I take it for what it is, like you're saying, I take it literal. Now, I also factor in the transliteration or the understanding of the writer in which, because I can't say it is a story, but I can't say I wasn't there and I can't say the interpretation of it. But from reading that, that would, in my mind, sound contradictory. But I would kind of put myself as a 3-year-old trying to listen to my 40-year-old dad as he explains something, and I just kind of take it in loops. So, but I do understand that, and I see that. Okay, so another speaking point that I wanted to reference was, like, usually people kind of say, okay, well, why would God do this? Or I think I might have heard you say, well, a lot of times people speak about babies, or, why would God let babies die? And, I wouldn't do that, and different things. And I usually ask people, I said, well, do you have children? And they say, okay, well, why would you bring children up into this? That doesn't make any sense. I say, well, what if you had 8 billion children? When I look at a lot of times, like if a 3-year-old doesn't perceive the instructions that you give them as safety, or a baby cries when you sit them down, as an adult, I understand that my 3-year-old doesn't understand the circumstances and then why I make decisions. So let's say if I put my kid in timeout, or if I were to spank my kid, I really don't think that, I got spankings and stuff like that. And I see them as great lessons learned in my life. Beating is a lot different.
I don't know if I know what point you're making yet. Like, I guess I don't know what topic you're addressing.
Well, I'm just speaking in general of how people kind of perceive, like, why would God do this, or why
Do what,
would
though?
why would God allow bad things to take place?
Well, I mean, that's not a question I have. I mean, if people have the ability to make decisions, obviously sometimes they're going to make bad decisions. I think the complaint from the atheists is not that people have the ability to do bad things, although some people do make a good argument for that to not be the case. I think the better question is, why does God allow horrific things that he causes, like children being born blind, children being born with bone cancer, earthquakes, tornadoes, volcanoes? Those are things that he controls. Those aren't decisions I've made.
Well, okay, so to that point, in your perception of things that you can handle, when you think of babies being born blind, is that something that hurts your feelings, or is that something that makes you feel like, oh man, that makes me sad about that?
Well, it certainly makes me sad. Now, if it's your own child, I don't think sad even remotely covers it. I think if you are born with a child who has a severe disability or is sick or chronically ill, sad, it quite literally is more like despair.
Right. As traumatic despair. So I think it would be safe to say that in the total overall context of things, why a God would allow man to endure certain things would be kind of like, when you work out, and the whole science behind working out is breaking down a muscle,
Hmm.
and you don't get any gains without pain. Well, your body responds to that level of stress in order to repair. So does your immune system, and so does your mind. Your mind solves complex things that put stress on it to become intelligent, like somebody like you. So
Sure, but sorry, go ahead.
if I were in totality of looking at the total circumstance, would I allow certain things that would be to me minuscule, but to you might be traumatic? I just don't think that it would affect me in the same way, because I am looking at things in a totality.
Yeah, but what about the child that dies after 6 years of bone cancer?
Well, again, that would be something to that would be something that, if I was personally connected to that, if I was a supreme being, then it would be like me watching my child bump their knee on a dresser.
No, no, I'm talking about the
See
child. What does the child get out of it?
it, but okay. Well, what does a child get out of going in timeout?
No, no, no,
To
no.
the child,
The child's
to the
not.
child.
The child's not developed. It's dead after 6 months.
Yes, but I'm saying, in relation to the child, a baby screaming thinks you're trying to kill it when you sit it down.
No, the
So
baby
what I'm
died, is what I'm saying. In the scenario I'm giving you, right? There's a child born with bone cancer. After 6 months, the baby's dead. What did the baby learn?
Not the baby, what did you learn?
That's not my question. My question is, what did the baby learn?
What did the baby learn? That what did the baby learn? That's
Yeah.
that's like a I that's like a plausible. What did the baby learn?
Hmm.
Um, is it about the baby?
And I know, yeah, God is using the suffering of the innocent to teach adults a lesson. That's what you're positing, right? So
I
do
mean,
you think that God has no other recourse, an all-powerful entity has no other recourse to teach adults proper behavior without making innocent people suffer?
Um, well, what I do know, as like the exercise analogy, and there are times where you learn from trauma, and there are times evolution. If evolution is evolution, evolution solves problems. There are conflicting problems in all species to where they evolve. If any of those problems had never presented itself, then in science, I guess it would be safe to say that you wouldn't be here on TikTok able to perceive or go live. So evolution is a direct response to an overcoming of trauma, because you have to,
Right.
for
But
fish to breathe in
I'm just trying
water,
to
you
stay
have.
focused here, right? So I'll lay out the argument so you can kind of see what I'm doing. So the problem with the problem of evil, that's the topic we're on right now, is that you're saying God needs to have like these innocent babies suffer and die. He needs to do it because when these innocent babies suffer and die, like the adults that are around they're like learning, they're growing, right? So you're saying it's necessary pain. But I'm pushing back on it and saying, listen, if your God needs to kill innocent babies to teach people how to deal with pain or trauma, then either one, he's not all powerful, or number two, he's not all good. You got to, one of those two things has got to hit the road.
Well, that again, it goes back to, okay, is evolution necessary? Like, do
Wait, do
it's
you believe in
I
evolution?
can well, I see evolution. Things evolve.
Oh,
Period. I mean, that's not something that's
okay.
something anybody can see, things evolve, they
Listen, I'm
adapt to
sorry.
the.
I assumed you didn't believe in evolution because most Christians don't. I shouldn't have made
No,
that
no.
assumption. Okay,
I
so
mean,
you do believe in
evolution
evolution.
is, yeah, I mean, how evolution of the actual term is to evolve. So it's not even something to believe in. It's shit. Stuff evolves, right?
I listen.
Like,
I agree. We're on the same page. We agree. Evolution is real. Okay.
right.
So
So
could God accomplish like whatever evolution is doing? Right? Could God accomplish it another way?
in a way that just makes everyone happy
Nope.
and
I didn't
no
say
one
that.
endures.
Nope. Didn't say
Yes,
that.
he could. So yes,
Oh,
he
well, there you go.
he could do it any way that he would choose to do it.
Okay, so God could have created the world without the unnecessary suffering, and he chose to create the world with the necessary suffering or the unnecessary suffering, which means you've got to get rid of this like fictitious property of God that he's perfectly loving and perfectly just, because he's not if he chooses the world that has all the unnecessary suffering.
Okay, to your point, I understand your point, but check this out. Okay, so if the story and God references a place where there's a heaven, and if this is a boot camp, then I mean, I would see validation for what happens here to reference where you go from here. I'm not a sensitive person, so when I see certain things, I do. It's sad. I love children, like children and old people, all my life. Children and old people. Uh, I have a very emotional connection to those. I don't like nobody messing with children. I can't even watch a movie where something happens to a child. Like I like turn it off.
Have you read the
Don't never
Bible?
let me see it. Yes, I
God's
started reading the Bible
God's
a
murdering babies left
long,
and
long,
right in
long
that
time
book.
ago. Well, at the end of the day, if you look at us all as a species, I mean, even a deer loves their baby, I guess, in a sense. A deer shows emotion when something is just eating their baby. So if how can I say ants don't do the same thing? Our emotional connection does not define a greater purpose. We don't have a connection to a roach and their babies. We don't have a connection to we don't have a connection to rats and their babies. So if I created everything, I think a lot of times humans just take the universe experience as though all things aren't alive. It is not a planet alive. It's not the fish alive, but we will eat a fish, or it's not a plant alive. So if I created everything, I'm not going to um, make man. I'm not going to make man a super sensitive point
Okay,
if I
so
created
this
billions of
so the
different
suffering of
organisms.
mankind's not actually relevant.
I mean, is the suffering of
So
ants relevant?
our human suffering is no different than the suffering of like the honeybees and the ants.
I mean, who has the right to say that it is or isn't?
So then Jesus' suffering was meaningless.
I can't say that it was. I can't say that it wasn't.
Well, it has to be meaningless. If my suffering is meaningless, then certainly Jesus' suffering is
Well,
extra meaningless, especially if you think he's a God who already knew he was just going to resurrect. Completely meaningless.
well, you have the right to put the word meaningless on it. I'm saying I'm reserving the right to say I don't determine whether it was meaningful or meaningless. I don't have the right or power to do that. All I'm saying is if I was a supreme creator of the cosmos, billions of organisms down to bacteria, down to cells, neurons, and atoms. I I as a human might be egotistical to make myself the center point of feelings in the universe. But if I were to create trillions of different things, I would not be able to relate to how you relate the same way as we wouldn't relate to a chicken having eggs and stealing their eggs and kidnapping their eggs from them and having them lay more eggs. We
Are you a
we
vegetarian?
disassociate, huh?
Are you?
No, heck
Why
no.
not?
I because I like meat.
Okay, so the suffering.
That's
So
my
the suffering
point.
of, in your worldview, the
That's my
suffering of
point.
animals isn't all that important.
That I mean, not in the way that I live my life.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
but check this out. Now, guess what? I would have a different context if guess what? I've never went out and actually killed my food. I may never
Hmm.
ever eat meat again if I were to go and have to cut my chickens up, catch them and cut them up.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Perspective. Uh-huh.
let me agree with you there. If we all had to execute our own animals, there'd be a lot more vegetarians in the world. I agree with you there. I think our conversation is getting long in the tooth, but I want to cover one more passage with you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Sure. So I think that what God does through the problem of suffering is one problem. I think there's maybe even a bigger problem where in the Bible, God repeatedly does and brags about doing it, punishing innocent people for crimes they never committed. To me, this is incongruent with a God that's perfectly just. So you probably already know the story of David and Bathsheba and the punishment that God gave for that whole mess. Well, most people remember that the child was stricken ill for 7 days and then executed. That was one part of the punishment. The second part of the punishment is what people forget. And this is what happens. God says through Nathan, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes, and I will give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." And so God then has 10 of David's wives raped by Absalom a couple chapters later. But those wives didn't do anything wrong. Why are they getting punished?
Well, now I can't say whether they were graped by the instruction of God or not. I can say that man does all type of wild things. Now, if you take what you're reading, that's like looking at science. So you're reading something that someone else wrote about something or someone, and you weren't present. So
But God
I
took credit
would,
for it.
I mean, you're in what you're reading.
Yeah.
So when
Is
you
the text
take,
wrong?
well, what transliteration are you reading? Is this from a Hebrew text transliteration? Because a lot of things that are written in Hebrew and the purposes behind the actual words become different in our English
Mhm.
transliteration of things. So could I say, based on exactly what you just read, could I say that that is what God intended? I can't say that. I
Well,
can say that, okay, that's probably what man chose to do and write. I don't know.
do you think all the English translators got it wrong?
No, I don't think they got everything wrong, but I don't know what they
Well,
got right or
well,
got wrong.
well, what word in here should we translate differently?
I'm not the scholar to say that, but what I'm
Because
saying
I
is
have
when
read
you
it
say
in Hebrew before. It says exactly what it says in English.
no, the Hebrew it's completely different
Oh, it's
than what it
not.
says in English.
Oh, it's certainly not the case.
If you pull up a direct Hebrew translation
Hmm.
for the passage in which you just
Yeah, you want to do an interlinear readout with me?
yeah, that's cool, or Strong's or something,
Well,
or some,
Strong's ain't gonna help you.
some concordance, some sort of concordance of a direct transliteration.
Well, you don't want a transliteration. Transliteration doesn't do you anything. That just copies the letters over. You want a translation,
Okay,
which is
a
what we're going to read.
translation.
It says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you." He's doing it. I will do it.
Okay, great, and I can agree. I will raise up trouble against you.
And he
Now,
literally says, "I will take," in the first person,
okay, I will take. Continue.
his wives.
No, okay, I will
God's
take.
raising up the trouble. God's taking
Let's
his
get to the great.
wives.
Let's get to the great part.
Well, there's no word in biblical Hebrew for grape. That word doesn't
Okay,
exist.
Oh, exactly. So how can you were reading me context, and that word doesn't even exist in Hebrew, but it was spoken and given to the Hebrew people. So how can we right now argue a point when we're arguing a point of something that was conceptually, we have a concept of something,
Do you
but
think that
even
the
when
Hebrew people had a way of describing grape?
how could you not?
Exactly. So they did have a way of describing it. And what they typically used were words like we saw in the prior passage, where somebody took a woman and then did something to her, like going into her, which is exactly what happened in chapter 16. It says
Well,
Absalom
well,
said to Absalom, by the way, is the son of David who's trying to take over David's throne. He's running a coup against his father, and he's asking for advice from a former advisor of the king as to what to do to solidify his power now that he chased his father out of the palace. So he says, "Give us your counsel. What should we do?" And Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Go into your father's concubines, the ones that he left to look after the house. And after all, and all Israel will hear that you have made yourself odious to your father, and the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened." So they pitched a tent for Absalom on the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all of Israel. So Absalom, in a display of force over his own father, captures 10 of David's wives and forcibly goes into them on top of the palace.
okay,
That's called rape.
if I say I'm going to go into you, if a old school dad say I'm going to lay into you, does that necessarily mean that he's referencing that he's going to grape you, or does that mean that uh, uh, get he's going to get on you, or he's going to get in your head, or he's going to whatever? Like, I can't say. You can say
I
what
can
that.
say, yeah, in the Bible, when it says going into a woman, it refers to having sex with them. Want me to show you where that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that shows up in like 5 or 6 different places. The first place and the most common is Deuteronomy chapter 21 and 22. So let's go to chapter 22. It says, "Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her, and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, 'I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity.'" Going into a woman is the act of lying with her in the Bible.
Well, you can argue that point,
Yeah,
but there
I
is
know.
there. But guess what, though? There is a purpose of why there was going into her and laying with her. It never had to deviate from going into her, but it specifically stated laying with her. So going into her, I can't say. I get what you're saying.
I
I
don't
just
think you
can't
actually do.
vouch. No, no, no. I'm very intelligent. What I'm saying is, I'm not going to force going into as being laying when it's purposefully made two different references.
It's not two
So
different references. It's literally the same thing. The punishment that Absalom is doing to the concubines is comparable. And the reason why it's chosen as the punishment is because David committed adultery by sleeping with another woman. So the punishment is, David, you went into this woman who wasn't yours. Now I'm going to have somebody go into your wives. That's the punishment. That's why the punishment makes sense.
okay,
The phrase the
I can
phrase
get that.
going into a woman always means sex in the Bible. There's no other instance in the Bible, not a single instance where it means anything other but that.
Okay, so basically, someone graped someone, and then it's saying that God said, "I'm going to have someone grape your wives," right?
Yeah, God says he's causing it. It's a punishment.
Okay. Okay. Well, in the sense of that, if okay, so I can logically understand that. I mean, I'm not a scholar. I was just arguing my point.
Fair enough.
But if that is a reference to things, um, again, I can't say with total. I can't say that on a personal human level of suffering. I can't say that I would pick your level of suffering over my total understanding just because you have a sensitive tie. Again,
No,
if a
this is
chicken,
this is not about suffering. This is about justice, right? So
what is
the
justice?
women
What
took
is
on the
justice?
punishment for the crimes that their husband committed.
But the women are a totality of mankind.
No,
Mankind and
the
women
women
bear the total burden
women
amongst
are
each other.
individual autonomous people, right? So like if you commit a
They're human.
sin, if you
They're
commit a
human.
sin, your significant other shouldn't be punished for it.
No, that's in the way of your consciousness and perception
No,
as a human.
that's what the word
That
just means. What do you think the definition of justice is?
what is the definition of just?
Do you know what it means?
Display it. I want to see what
The
you're
definition of
going to.
justice is when you get what you deserve, whether it's good or bad. And typically it's proportionate.
Okay, so that would be justice to me, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Wait,
I'm gonna tell you why.
it would be just for your wife to get graped for your sin?
I'm gonna tell you in the totality of things.
It's a shame
Okay,
this conversation
you
started
ever
out so nicely and now you're justifying
no, but
grape.
guess what? But no, it's not that. That would be a minuscule way to kind of get. No, what I'm saying is this:
For
if you have
for any of the
four
women in
children,
the audience right now, I apologize if you were SA'd. What you went through is not minuscule. It shouldn't be minimized. What you went through was horrific.
You're minimizing it. But what I'm
No,
saying is
I'm certainly
what I'm
not.
saying is this. What I'm saying is this. And look, that is completely wrong. I'm gonna tell you what I would do to someone that essays someone. I honestly think you should throw them off of a bridge into a burning fire. So
Okay,
I'm
so
I'm
that's
just
what we should do to
speaking.
Yahweh then. Yahweh should be
No,
thrown off a bridge into the
but
fire.
guess what? That's because I have a sensitive relationship to my emotional connection to humans. I am speaking on the fact of if I am a supreme being that created millions and trillions of organisms, how do I not, if I have four kids and if I say, hey, if Tommy doesn't clean up his room, everybody's getting punished.
Fucking Tommy.
Okay, so take this. Hey, everybody in the chat named Tommy. Sorry. So what I'm saying is this: if you take simple things that we do that we don't mean any actual harm to the other three children, but we're trying to teach them a lesson. Let's not. I'm not speaking as myself. If I am a total supreme and created all of the cosmos, the differences of essaying and all of that stuff would be no different to me than if I took and said, hey, if you don't walk your sister home from school, then you're not going to have any TV for a month. Why? It's the same way that when I walk on ants, I don't go home sad. And it might sound harsh and cruel, but we on a day-to-day basis, we don't care about other organisms and things in that sense. So
Right.
if I
I
was a
don't know
total
if you're
supreme
tracking though.
being,
We're talking about whether or not God is just right now.
I believe so because it's in the same way we would group a group of people and have them endure whatever your kid might cry if you punish all of them for what one of them did. They might hate you. They might grow up and say,
But is it
my
just?
dad punished me. My dad
Yeah,
punished
but is
me
it just?
because my sister did something.
But is it
But you're
just?
as a father, you're going to say, you're going to have a justifiable, conscious
But
understanding
is
for
it
what he was
just
at
to
fault.
punish people who didn't do the wrong thing?
He is punishing mankind. Yes, it's just because
Okay,
if
so
based
if
on
you
the
committed a
story,
sin, you'd be okay with your son going to jail for you?
my son, my son dies because of my sin, based on
No,
the
I'm
storyline.
not asking
Based
about
on
the
the
biblical
story.
story. I'm asking if a judge sent your child to prison for a crime you committed, you'd be okay with that.
guess what? I think that that should be something that is a part of the justice system. You know why? You know
Oh,
why?
all
You
right.
know
Listen,
why?
I'm
You
gonna
know
I'm gonna
why?
hold on.
Guess
I'm
why?
gonna save you
But
the
wait,
embarrassment. Listen, I think deep down you're probably a nice guy. You came up here being respectful. We've had a good back and forth, but I need you to pause and reflect. And you're at a point where if I let you keep talking, you're going to embarrass your mother and your father if they're still alive, and I hope they're not watching this. So listen, we got to cut this thing off. I think you've said everything you need to say at this point. Anything else beyond this, you're going to make it worse for yourself. The minute you say it's okay to lock up your own children for crimes they never committed, I think we're done. We're done. But look back at this conversation a week from now, 2 weeks from now, and ask yourself, are the things I'm saying crazy, or am I coping to justify the nonsense of the Bible? Because I think most people here recognize that it's the latter of the two. Triple Cross, thank you for being here. I appreciate the cordialness, but we're going to move on to the next guest. Thank you. And there you go. I got to be honest. I was a little shocked how that call turned out. I thought he was going to be a nice, decent individual based on the beginning of our conversation. I was baffled, befuddled even, that our conversation ended on him justifying rape and punishing children for crimes they never committed. But what are you going to do? And when you're an apologist, you either concede or you dig it in your heels and say horrible things. St. Brush says, challenge to the Christian moralistic slavery defenders. When you start arguing on the ethics of slavery, do it all in your best Southern accent. I would love that, actually. New rule. If you come up doing slavery apologetics, use an accent. And Hammett, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, says, hi, Justin. Where does this age of accountability come from? From what I gather, I couldn't find scriptural evidence for it. So it's actually pretty weak. The general idea is that we've got like passages, like we just read 2 Samuel chapter 24. And in 2 Samuel chapter 24, when David's child is unalived, it's assumed that he went to a good place because David says, you can't come back to me, but I will go to you. Meaning wherever David went, his son also is, meaning it couldn't be in hell. But there are better passages. I think, for example, the most famous passage about Jesus, which isn't really about Jesus, Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14, talks about this child who's about to be born. And he says, before the child knows right from wrong, the two kings that you fear, so on and so forth, right? So the prophet is suggesting that there is an age, we don't know what the age is, but there is an age at which somebody they know right from wrong. They're able to be held accountable for being right or wrong. It's probably around 12 or 13 in the ancient world, if I had to put a guess on it. But the Bible doesn't explicitly state. You know what I mean? We're not really told explicitly if there's a specific age or if it's just kind of like you look and observe and see when they're matured. Global received, thank you so much for the 666. Hell Nero says, does it scare you to know the amount of believers who are ready to act on the day of the Lord? Actually, that's 1,000,000% the case. There are a lot of Christians right now that would literally get up and do horrific things. Good to see you, Aaron.
You too, brother. Cooking as always, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being here. I'm going to grab a couple more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Marcus, I appreciate the $2 super chat, says, who the F is Trent Horton? I think he meant Trent Horn. And I recognize the name. I don't even know who it is. It must not be somebody. I mean, it's probably somebody in the apologetic circles that he thinks is important, but meaningless to me. OC, thank you for joining the Kraken Crew Elite. And TMJ, good to see you again, friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. As a big W, it says, who was the king that was exiled with the Judeans to Elephantine Island? What is the Bible verse? An Israelite king? Well, first of all, I don't think Elephantine was an island, was it? Hold on, I got questions now. I think you might be mixing. Are you referring? Hold on. I don't know if he's confusing Patmos with Elephantine. Elephantine's along the river. along the Nile River. It's certainly not an island. Jeremiah left and went into Egypt during the Babylonian captivity. You might be referring to that. But as for a king that was exiled to Elephantine, I'm not aware of any, because the king I'm thinking of was exiled. Jehoiakim was exiled over to Babylon before the line split. So I'm not really sure, TMJ. I don't know if this is just a badly worded question, but DM me on the Discord. I'd love to dig into this question a little bit more and figure out if there's an answer to it. I just may not have the question worded in a way that I can actually appropriately answer. And Cryptic says, well, I tell you what's your favorite thing to grill? Hot dog time. Big W for hot dogs. Don't forget your ketchup. And yes, we're not in Chicago. You can put ketchup on your hot dogs. And Carnage Asada, big W. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, happy Friday. Nothing clever to contribute, but super happy to hear your exciting news. Living the dream. Carnage, I am living the dream, friends. And you guys are making it possible for me. We're gonna be cooking as much as possible. And Carson, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, what are your thoughts on ambitheism? The idea that God both exists and doesn't exist simultaneously and paradoxically. So I would agree with the paradoxical statement. I don't know if something can exist and not exist at the same time. I think that is a question that quantum physics has dealt with a little bit, but as far as I'm aware, it's just a logical contradiction. And as far as I can tell, logical contradictions don't exist. And we've got a guy on the stage with us now, Aaron, who's pretty adept at philosophy. Aaron, how do you think this pans out with the laws of logic?
Ambitheism.
Yeah.
Both exists and doesn't exist. There is a position in philosophy known as dialetheism, which is basically the statement or the assertion that logical contradictions can exist, but they tend to narrow their scope of those positions. And I've always found it very difficult to understand, how you could justify like the idea that it's raining outside and it's not raining outside, not fixed to any context, right? Non-contextually. So I can't make sense of something like that.
Yeah, it's a weird one to me. Let me grab a couple more super chats, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. And Aaron, are you going to stay up and cook with me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Chip, thank you so much for the super chat. Good to see you, friend. It says, heard the good news. Congratulations and praise Doug. Rock hard for Doug forever. Keep on cooking, Chef Justin. Well, thank you so much, Chip, for supporting. And we are going to cook. I even got a chef's hat. I got a chef's hat back here we can wear. And design says, not employment with beatings. I know. Could you imagine? I still can't believe we had a guest come up here and endorse beating your employees. Rather than just admitting that the Bible endorsed slavery, he wanted to go full hog into you can beat your employer or your employees. And Larry, thank you for sending out 5 DZ memberships. I super appreciate that. And Artful, thank you so much for the 666. Hail Nero says, Doug came to me in a dream last night. I won't take his message for granted anymore. Never take Doug for granted. I appreciate the sentiment that you have now in your heart for Doug. Never let it go, and remember to hold on to your heart of stone, friends. And Space Lord, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, vestibular caloric stimulation, squirting cold water in the ear can affect paralysis awareness in people. The brain is awesome. I didn't know that. Listen, of the many things I could have guessed in life, I would not have guessed that injecting cold water into somebody's ear could literally have an effect on somebody's like actual paralysis, unless we're talking about like a mental paralysis, not an actual physical paralysis. But now I've got questions. I need to do some science Googling because that sounds wild. Marcus, my friend, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, have you ever encountered a good argument as to why God didn't just write the Bible himself? He gave the stone tablets to Moses, supposedly. Is he just lazy? So this is a really good question, Marcus. And I don't really touch on this one during our debates, but you're right. God, theoretically, with the finger of his hand, wrote the first set of tablets, at least. And you might be wondering, like, okay, if God can do it, why wouldn't he just do it for the whole Bible? Write it on like platinum plates, some form of metal that you couldn't have been able to write on in ancient days. You could only write on it in like the year 2025. Make a miraculous, unchangeable text, And then we might have something more convincing than this nonsense that we have in front of us. The Bible, to me, is not, if you're saying it's from God, is not convincing whatsoever. And JC, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, great to catch a live stream, and hail Payman. Well, I'm with you. Hail Payman. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. And Scotty, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, I was gifted a membership and wanted to pay it forward. Rock hard for Doug. Look, this is why we have the deconstruction community has the best people ever. The type of people that pay it forward. This is the type of community we want to cultivate, where we take care of each other and pay things forward. Big W, Scotty, for being thoughtful. And thank you for whoever sent him a membership, probably Aaron. Aaron sent out 50 of them not that long ago. And Storm Chaser, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, I used your ketchup bed sheet talking point yesterday, and he deleted the comments. Keep it up, man. Oh yeah, people love Deuteronomy 22. When I first started talking about Deuteronomy 22, a lot of people weren't talking about it. I'm tickled deep inside to know that now it's become people's go-to talking points in some of these nonsense discussions, because it needs to come up more often. Freemason Pilot, again, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, I have a theory. What if the Bible takes place post Ragnarok? Well, listen, Freemason, what you said is probably a really interesting idea, but I don't know what Ragnarok is. Aaron, do you know what that is?
Ragnarok is from, I believe it's from the Marvel comic
that's
series,
why.
right?
Guys, I'm a nerd. Like, when I get free time, I read books. Unfortunately, I don't really watch movies. Listen, my many personality characteristics, you can just assume that I'm boring when I'm not doing these debates. I'm doing other boring stuff. I apologize. That's just my personality. Carlos, thank you so much for the 200 MX. It says, hey, Justin, it's Friday. Where's the Kraken? Salute. Well, unfortunately, I can't have Kraken until sundown. I love Kraken, my friends, but I don't do day drinking. That's not my personality. So for some people, alcohol is an upper. For me, it's a downer. If I engage in day drinking, I'm not making it to the evening. I'm done. I'm passing out somewhere. I'm taking a nap. You're not going to hear from me for the rest of the day. So sorry. Unfortunately, it's too early for Kraken. But listen, Sunday night when I'm live, I'll participate in some Kraken. And Jim says, have you ever, we had a talk with the bad apologist, Big John Steele. Have I ever talked to BJ? I haven't yet. I actually was attempting to set up a debate with Big John Steele, a partner, and also Josh Bowen. So we were going to have a foursome, and we couldn't make it happen. So for whatever reason, we'll have to table it for later. But that being said, from a personality standpoint, I've watched Big John before. He seems like a likable person. Like, he doesn't seem like he's being a jerk. He's just doing what apologists do. You know what I mean? So, like, hats off to Big John Steele for having a calm head typically. Like, I've never seen him just like go off and like berate somebody on his live stream for no reason, which that does happen sometime. So, like, he's no Q-Top. Right? Q-Top's an insane madman. But Big John, listen, he's just doing what apologists do. I get it. I used to do it. He says, I find his arguments to be reductive and always dishonest to the text. Well, first of all, I agree. Big John relies more on like pseudo-philosophy than the biblical text, which is why it'll always fail, because pseudo-philosophy doesn't make the problems of the text go away. And Jake, my friend from Exodus Brothers, good to see you in the house. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, happy birthday. Another trip around the sun. Praise, like, we made it. With the power of the rock, I got one more year on the rock. My feet are firmly planted, not dug. Thank you so much, Jake. And let me grab just two more super chats. Freemason coming in again. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, paying minimum wage is like an old man dating an 18-year-old. Sure, it's legal, but if it were for the law, they'd pay less. If it weren't for the law. So there's a phrase for this. Where I come from, we say lawful but awful. That's when things is like, you're allowed to do it by law. Technically, you're allowed to do it, but it's still horrific. we call that lawful but awful. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, minimum wage is one of those things that are lawful but awful. We should have a higher minimum wage. It should be pegged to inflation, and we should stop having these dumb bickering matches back and forth about whether or not we should raise the minimum wage. Parker, thank you for the super chat. It says, I heard an apologetic that to completely destroy is just war rhetoric, that Saul didn't actually wipe out all the Amalekites because they still existed in 1 Samuel 30. Thoughts? Thanks, man. Well, Parker, so my thought, and I agree with the scholars, that the fact that the Amalekites show up later isn't evidence that they weren't completely destroyed. It's evidence that the Bible is full of anachronisms. And being that I've got lots of examples of anachronisms means that I'm on firm footing there. That being said, it's not completely untrue. Hagiography in the ancient Near East was pretty common. So like if you read the war annals of the Assyrians and Babylonians, they do something similar. Even the Egyptians do it, where they talk about their post-war exploits as completely destroying another nation. They'll never see the light of day again. And then of course, 10 years later, they're back, right? So there's that kind of thing. But to me, that's not important, right? Because whether or not the Israelites were embellishing what they did is irrelevant. The problem is that God told them to do it. That God said, go and kill all the babies and the infants and the sheep, camel, and donkeys. The fact that those words left God's mouth is a problem. And you might say, well, they didn't kill everybody. I don't care. If they only killed one baby, is one baby too many. It's irrelevant if they killed all of the babies or 5 of the babies. It's horrific every way you slice it, pun intended. All right, let's get our next guest in here. I don't know if anyone caught that one. We're going to get Simply Ask Lauren with us. How you doing, Lauren?
Hi. Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing? Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am. I am 26 and I am a believer.
Cool.
In Jesus.
Sure. I mean,
Probably.
I appreciate you clarifying because that would have been my next question.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks for having me on. First of all, I just wanted to address a couple of the things that were said by some of the previous guests, if that's okay.
Sure.
I just wanted to say that I was listening in on the conversation with, I think you were talking about David and Nathan and the prophecy and God commanding. I think you were saying, I don't know what's allowed to say on TikTok, but you know the conversation that I'm trying to talk about. Just avoiding those keywords. I was just going to say that this specific passage, Nathan was a prophet at the time, right? So this is a prophecy to David, not a command directly from God commanding them to do that to those women. It's a prophecy from Nathan.
I didn't say that it was a command.
Right, I know, but I think that the guy did before. He was saying that it was like, why would God allow, or actually not allow, it was saying, why would God tell people to do that to the wives? Like, why would they be taken and all of that? Well, it's a prophecy.
It says he causes it.
I have to read. I'll have to pull it up. Oh, it's right there.
Right.
Thank you.
In 2 Samuel, sorry, I typoed. It should be 24, not 14. 2 Samuel 24.
Right. It says, out of your own household, I'm going to bring calamity on you. Before your very eyes, I will take your wives and give them to one who is close to you, and he will sleep with your wives in broad daylight. That's the verse, right? 11?
Yeah. So God says, I'm the one doing it. I'm the one raising up trouble.
Right. So he's not saying it like that. I can understand why you read it that way, but he's talking about later on.
That's what it says.
Right. So in 2 Samuel 16:22, Absalom sleeps with his father's concubines on the roof in the palace of Jerusalem. So it's a prophecy in the side of Israel that later comes to him being essentially that's what's happening, right?
And it was a punishment.
Well, it was something that Absalom did, not God.
It was a punishment.
It is punishment by Absalom because it's embarrassing his father. So
no, it's punishment by God.
Are you implying that God forced Absalom to do that, or what do you mean by that?
I'm saying he inspired it, forced it, whatever you want to call it. God's the one that caused it to happen. God says, you did this thing secretly, but I'm going to do it openly.
So I think that because God already knows that it's going to happen, because theoretically, like, he's omnipotent. Yeah, I can't speak. He knows all, right? So I think that he already knows this is going to happen. And in the sense that his son is from the bloodline that he's from, it's like he's prophesying that. But I guess if you want to say that he put it in his head, as if that's your argument, like
Well,
maybe I can understand that
but it's not a
reading, but
punishment if God didn't do it.
it can be, because it's like if your kids embarrass you publicly, that can feel like a punishment based on the sin that you did privately.
No, so if God knew it was going to happen regardless, right? If the thing was only ever going to happen because he knew Absalom was going to do it, then it's not a punishment for David's sin.
I see what you're saying, but I think that it just happens to be like the plan based on what it is. Like he already had the punishment in line because he already knew the sin was going to happen, and so the punishment came because of that
If
reason.
David didn't sin with Bathsheba, would this event still have happened?
That's a great question. I obviously I can't answer that, but
Well, the answer is no.
that's a good question to ask.
The answer is no, because
not
it's a
with
punishment.
Bathsheba, though, but the fact that did he not have also multiple wives that he wasn't supposed to have as well?
Oh no, you're allowed to have multiple wives. The Bible just says do not have a multiplicity of wives, which is like an idiom for having a lot of wives. But there's no like text in the Bible that gives you a specific number. Like, is 10 too many? I don't know. We're not really told.
Well, the Bible says it's supposed to be between one man and one woman, so I feel like that part is
No,
clear.
it certainly doesn't.
Well, we see characters not follow that, and we see characters have multiple wives, but just because characters in the Bible do things doesn't mean that it's correct. In the
Well,
same way,
God commands them to have multiple wives.
where?
Oh yeah, both in Deuteronomy 25 and Exodus 21, God gives laws for having multiple wives. Deuteronomy 25 specifically.
Well, that's the Mosaic law. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that. So this also brings up the other point that I was going to talk about, but I can address this first. I'm not an expert in this specific thing because I'd have to actually pull up that verse, and I try not to pull things out of context. But I think this is more guidance based on what they're already doing. What was the verse you
So
said?
God
Deuteronomy
gave
25.
them laws to do the stuff they were already doing.
No. There were laws in place, Mosaic laws, to govern what was happening and what was culturally going on at the time. So, for example, I know y'all were talking about slavery earlier. So you were right when you said that there were different types of both servants and slaves.
Mhm.
So you were mentioning how there was like indentured servitude, and then there was also slavery. And the slavery specifically, it kind of came from more so like the foreign concept of slavery, and that happens in Leviticus. But in Deuteronomy, the first verse that y'all talked about from my memory was Deuteronomy, and it was in chapter 15.
So God gave laws according to the foreign nations.
So talking about specifically slavery in Deuteronomy 15, he's talking about the people of Israel, and he says that those people at the time, if you committed a crime, or if this is the people we're talking about, if you committed a crime or if you were in debt, you could choose to sell yourselves as servants, and then those are the people that got the 6 years.
If you're Hebrew.
The Israelites. Right, if you're an Israelite.
Right, and if
When
you're a
he's talking
foreigner, they
about-
own you for life.
So as a foreigner in Leviticus, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's talking, you're right, he does say that they can have you for life, and the alternative to those people, they didn't have any land. They came from another place where they were also slaves, and they were not
But what do you mean they
treated-
didn't have any land?
So the people
How do you know that?
who came, how do I know that?
Yeah.
Because they came from a foreign land surrounding Israel as
Does-
slaves.
Doesn't say that.
Yes, let me
No,
pull it up.
show it to me.
Yeah, 1 second. I have to pull it up. Because a lot of the land, let me see if it does say verbatim.
It doesn't say it. I'll just cut you off at the pass. It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't make
Well,
any
regardless-
statement as to how the slaves became slaves, because God doesn't care how they became slaves. He only cares that you're allowed to own them for a particular time period. And according to the Bible, you can own them for life. You can also own for life the children that are born into
Okay, here we go.
slavery.
I'm sorry. It says from them, implying like in verse 44, from the nations that are around you, from them you may buy male and female slaves. So they were already slaves in the lands among them. That was the point that I'm making.
First of all, it doesn't specifically say only people that are already slaves, because we see in Deuteronomy that you can kidnap people from those towns. So you can get slaves through war, you can get slaves through birth, you can get slaves through acquiring them. They could be paying
You're
out.
talking about the difference between like if a land is overtaken versus if it already exists.
Both.
And a couple of other
In both
differences.
instances,
Okay.
you can make slaves. But I don't really care how they became a slave. The fact that God says you can own a slave for life, I think, is silly.
I understand your point of view. I am just saying that at the time, and this is going to sound strange when I say it, but at the time, slaves, in this particular verse, it's talking about slaves that were already slaves in other lands. And is saying that you can buy male and female slaves from them. It doesn't mean that they were legally acquired or anything like that.
And you could
because in those
buy
lands-
children. Like somebody can sell you their children as slaves.
That's a separate verse, but in
Same-
verse 44
same verse.
specifically, we'll go through. Children come in verse 45.
Yeah, I know.
In
Exactly. You can
44
just buy children as slaves. I know.
Right. So in 44, well, I'll get to 45, but in 44, it's talking about you can buy male and female slaves from nations surrounding Israel.
Mhm.
My point is that the slavery that they would experience in the surrounding nations, and I understand your argument is that no slavery is good. I am just saying that the slavery in the surrounding nations at the time was Hammurabi's law, I believe is what it's called.
You mean
And they were not-
Hammurabi?
Yes, is what I meant. not the gorilla, sorry. I always mix that up. It was Hammurabi's law, and they were treated very, very poorly most of the time. I'm sure there's exceptions.
How do you know that?
Because in that law, which was followed most frequently, they had allowed. Let me pull it up.
So I've got Hammurabi's law code. By the time this was being written, Hammurabi wasn't completely being practiced. Right now, we're probably referring to the Assyrian law code.
Well, regardless, slaves really weren't held in the highest regard, and they weren't treated very properly.
Well, they're treated like slaves, just like the Bible tells you to treat them.
Well, no, that's where we maybe disagree.
Well,
Now,
the Bible says you can beat your
earlier where it
slaves and
says
you can
to
treat
do-
them harshly.
The Bible says not to spare the rod, but it also says the same thing in regards to children. But the rod is has a symbolic meaning. A rod and a staff is something that God also guides us with
So
as Christians.
do you think
It's
it
a
was
guidance.
okay to beat slaves?
The Bible says specifically, it's really clear on how to treat slaves, that you're not supposed to treat them. You're not supposed to mistreat them. You're supposed to
doesn't say that.
take care of them. It does. It says.
Show me the verse.
Hold on. 1 second. Look at all these tabs. Man, I wish I had marked these. Let me see.
Yeah, I get those Bible tabs.
I know. Well, I was looking at the original Hebrew too. I like that you did that earlier because I like to do that as well. It's super important to look at the actual terminology of what's being said.
It can help.
But I mean, it just goes across the entire Bible in general. But I will find, if I can find a verse. If I don't find it at this moment, I'll find it and probably put it in the comments if I can.
I don't think you'll find
later.
it.
But the Bible talks about treating your slaves and all of these rules that the slaves get in general in Israel and the servants in Israel. They're foreign concepts to people at the time. Like, it's easy for us
Like
to
what?
look at slavery through the
Give an example.
concepts. Sure, like the idea that you get to, for the Israelite slaves, for example, the idea that you get to get paid after you leave for the 6 years, or the idea that you even can leave for the 6 years, or the idea that you're not supposed to be slaves are.
In
sorry,
the
masters are
Hammurabi
not-
law code, you could go free in your 4th year.
But you just said they didn't follow that law.
Yeah, I'm using the law that you're comparing the Bible to. You're the one comparing it to the law code of the ancient Near East. And in the ancient Near East, quite often, you didn't have to serve for a full 6 years. You can serve for only 3 years.
So then it wasn't true slavery, it was servitude.
Yeah. It was indentured servitude if you're an Israelite.
Well, that's not slavery, though. You can't compare indentured servitude.
If you're an
to-
Israelite.
Oh, so for Israelite slaves.
This is for Israelites. It's not for foreigners.
Harsher. Do you feel like Israelite slaves at the time were treated harsher than slaves from surrounding environments?
No, I think they were treated roughly the same.
Let me see if I can find the Bible verse. Because the entire Bible itself talks a lot about like how to treat others, right? Like it talks about treating others better than we treat ourselves. Like those are key points in the Bible.
But it doesn't say anything about how to treat your slaves.
Well, they're others. So why should I have to specify specifically
In
saying
fact,
slaves and slavery?
Of the foreign slaves, God specifically says you can treat them harshly. It says you may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So he's saying these foreign slaves, you can treat them harshly, just not your fellow Israelites.
Maybe Colossians. Maybe Colossians 4. Let me double check.
You probably want Ephesians chapter 6 when Paul says to treat your slaves fairly the same way.
Colossians 4. Masters, provide your slaves with what is right and fair, because you know that you also have a master in heaven.
Yeah, so what?
But yes, also you could use Ephesians 4. So those two would be good verses on like how you're
I'm
supposed
sorry,
to be treated.
did Moses give them Ephesians?
That came later.
Okay,
But these were also
between Moses and Ephesians, what was dictating how they treat their slaves?
the rest of the law that pertained to everything and the relationship with God, God's character, and the 10 Commandments as well.
Well, the law said you can beat your slaves and treat them harshly.
The law says that you can discipline your slaves, but you should, and if it actually prevented harsh, well, it should have, just like every law should theoretically, but it says that you can. It was the first protective measure that slaves really ever had, essentially.
That's not true
Because
at
there's
all.
not another law. Well, where's the other laws in other? Can you show me another law in another nation at the time that had any regulation for slavery other than like setting them free, but like beating them wise?
No, there's almost no nation that tells you like how much you can beat them or like under what circumstances you can beat them. There are specific law codes on what to do, like if a slave is caught stealing, there's law codes for that. But again, the Bible doesn't prohibit you from beating your slave severely. Have you read Exodus 21?
Yes, it doesn't say it. I think in Exodus 21,
It does.
says it. Let's see.
Exodus 21, 20 through 21 literally says, when a slave owner strikes a male or a female slave with a rod and the slave is unalived immediately, the owner shall be punished. If the slave survives for a day or two, there's no punishment because the slave is the owner's property. So if you accidentally unalive your slave because you beat them so severely, then you're not going to get punished for it. There's only 3 prohibitions against beating your slaves. 1, you can't immediately kill them. Like you can't just go out and murder your Hebrew slave. Number two, you can't knock out their eyes or their teeth because they need that for survival.
Right. And that's like, I mean, I guess if you want to, you don't want to pick and pull it, but I would say that would probably imply the mistreatment would be not a good thing. Right. And the same, and we see that. And I guess my example for that
Well,
would
if you're
be look
Hebrew.
at Hagar. One more time.
If you're Hebrew. So Exodus 21, remember, Exodus 21 is regulating the treatment of Hebrew slaves.
They shouldn't be, yeah, but God, multiple times in the Old Testament, there shouldn't be a differentiation when it comes to the treatment of others. The difference in this particular case where Hebrew slaves can leave after 6 years, there is that, but that's because they probably, well, depending on why they became slaves in the first place.
Foreigners are given a different law code altogether than the natives. So, for example, when lending money, right? You can't charge interest when you lend money to an Israelite. You can charge interest when you lend money to a foreigner. If you own a foreigner slave, they're your slave for life. When you own a Hebrew slave, they're typically your slave for 7 years or 6 years, and they go free in the 7th year.
Foreigners residing in the Israelite community didn't have any land or anywhere else to go if they were slaves from somewhere else. They wouldn't have had any of those things to go back to. So I think that the law. Now this may be the way that I read it, but when I read that, well, why do you think that's not the case? You think that their community where they were slaves would just give them land when they came back, or?
So you're assuming 2 things. 1, that the foreigner who becomes a slave just doesn't have anything. The second assumption that you're making is that matters, which it doesn't, by the way. It doesn't matter if they own anything. They should still be able to go free. Jacob didn't own anything when he left.
But the Bible
should
says
he have been
that
someone's slave?
The Bible says that if a slave runs away, that you have to just let him go. So I mean, if
no, it definitely doesn't say that.
Hold on, let me find.
That's Deuteronomy 23:15, and your translation is lying to you if it says that.
You're saying it's 23:15. Let me see if that's where I'm looking. have too many tabs.
Mhm.
Justin, the other thing I'm thinking about here in this situation is that you have an alleged all-powerful God who has all options available, and he goes out of his way, allegedly, in Leviticus 11 to say what fish you can eat and leave a bunch of other fish. And he says all this stuff about fish and so forth and shellfish or whatever. But you can't just say, don't own other people as property and treat people very well.
Right. Yeah.
He says don't.
So,
He
for
says treat
example,
people
if
very well multiple times.
well, he
But
doesn't
he
say anything
never
about
says
doing that to
anything
your
like that.
slaves. If God said, "Listen, when you buy a foreign slave, make them serve for 6 years, and in the seventh year, send them free, just like a Hebrew slave." If that's what the book said, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But that's not what the book says. The book says that you can beat them, you can treat them harshly, and you can own them for life.
It does. Where does it say treat them harshly?
I just read it to you. It's
Let
verse
them live among
46.
you.
Leviticus 25:46.
This is okay. So Deuteronomy is Deuteronomy 15:16 that you just mentioned a second ago. You were
Those
talking about like if a
those are
slave
about
has taken refuge with
those are
you.
about
That's about a slave that ran away from somewhere else.
Deuteronomy 23 is the one I'm just referring to. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a different context. I see what you're saying.
It's not a
You're
different
right.
context.
That's not what I was talking about. Well,
There,
that's
there's
talking about somebody running
there's not a
away
single
to
passage
you.
in the Hebrew Bible that addresses runaway Hebrew slaves.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. I understand your verse.
But
The other point is that the other point here, of course, the overarching theme is that what we're talking about here is far more consistent with people of the time and what they believed and what they were writing, not a loving God who's all powerful and all loving and loves his creation. That's the point.
right. Yeah, the point is,
Well,
if God is all powerful, all knowing, and all loving, this law code is inconsistent with those properties.
but that's a moral being saying that they're more just and moral than the infinite God.
No, I'm
Which you
saying
can say if you want to, but
no,
and that's where
I'm
we
saying
disagree
because
morally.
this God is inherently not moral, I'm unlikely to believe that this God is good for the same reasons we've already covered. God is
Well,
okay with
let's
slavery. He's okay with people taking other people's freedom. He's okay with women being punished through grape for crimes they never committed.
so we already addressed that. That's not accurate.
Well,
That was
no, it
something
is
that
accurate.
happened.
We did address it.
No, it's not.
It
We did
is.
address it. And Absalom did that on his own accord, and it had
No,
nothing to do
literally,
with
you're
God
just up here
commanding
lying because
trouble.
we already read it twice, and we'll read it again since you didn't hear it the first time. God says,
We
"I
can read
will,
it again.
I will do this thing." He says, "I will do it."
Absalom does it.
No, God
It's
says,
a prophecy from
I will
Nathan.
do it. God
Nathan is
says,
actually
"
the one
I
speaking.
will raise up trouble against you
Actually,
from within
Nathan
your
is the
own
one speaking.
house.
If you go back and read the
He says, "I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house. I will do it. And I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. He will lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly. I will do this thing." God is saying, "I will do the thing." He's delivering the punishment. It's crazy how a believer can read this nonsense and rather than just admitting it says what it says, go into like uber lie mode.
It's not that. It's that you muted me in the middle of me speaking.
I was already speaking and you didn't like what I had to say and you weren't
So
going to stop
you're
me. So
thinking something.
I muted you. So again, in the passage referred to, who's doing the action? Who does it say is doing it?
Nathan is speaking about what
Who is he
said
speaking
that God
for?
said as a prophet.
Who's he speaking for?
He is speaking to David
Who's he
about
speaking for, not to?
based on what God said
Who's
to
he
him.
speaking for?
He's speaking about what God said to him.
Who's he
It's not
speaking for? Answer the question I asked, not the question you want me to ask.
He's speaking the prophecy that
From
God said to him.
who? Oh, okay,
The prophecy
so
from
when
God.
it says "Thus saith the Lord," the words that
Right.
follow are the Lord's words, are they not?
You're making it seem like a bunch of people went out
When
and did
it
a bunch
says
of evil
"Thus
things to women.
saith the
That's not what
Lord,"
happened.
do the words follow belong to the Lord?
So this is just a silly question that
When
I'm
it
not going to go
says
back and forth
"Thus
on
saith
because
the
the Bible doesn't have
Lord,"
to
do
argue
the
it for.
words
So
that
taking it
follow
out of
belong to
context.
the Lord?
if you had any merit here, I would argue with you, but you really, there's nothing. It's
Don't
very
run
there.
from the question. It's a kindergarten question. I know you can do it. When
I
the
can do
prophet
it.
says, "Thus saith the Lord," do the words that follow belong to the Lord?
This is why we don't we
The-
have these silly debates, because
not silly.
It's not a debate. You're upset that
No one's upset. I want you to stop being a dishonest coward and answer the question. You're saying
stop
that
muting me.
you're saying that God didn't claim he was doing the thing. So now I have to walk you through a kindergarten example and demonstrate to you that God is in fact the one speaking here, even though Nathan is the one delivering the message. So in the passage, Nathan is speaking for the Lord. He's uttering the thing that God told him to utter. And the thing that he's uttered is, "Thus saith the Lord, I is the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight, for you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." A punishment given by Yahweh, not by Nathan.
May I speak now, since you keep muting me?
The time to speak is not in the middle of my sentence. This
Well, I
should
was
be
already speaking,
this should
and you
actually
keep
be
cutting me
this should
off.
actually be quite obvious.
It should be, but also personal attacks are not necessary in an actual debate.
They
because you wouldn't
they
need to
are
go that
quite
far.
necessary when you're acting like a child.
See, they're not. I've never attacked your character. There's
Well,
no reason to
well,
be going that far, unless
I-
if you have a real debate.
I'm
then
describing
yeah,
your
go ahead.
character, which is of a child.
I mean, if that's your only argument, then
It's
I
not
mean,
my
that's
argument,
stupid
it's my
itself.
observation.
If that's how you feel, and we want to do feelings instead of facts.
Well, then show me where God's not talking in the passage. Stop crying about it and show me.
So, again, I would never. In 16,
We're
Absalom
in
is the
11
one
and
that brings
12.
out this
Address
prophecy.
11 and 12 first.
I've already addressed 11 and 12.
You
In
haven't done it yet.
16,
Who's talking?
Nathan is speaking
And
about what
whose
the Lord
and
said
whose
to
words
him,
whose words
but
are
you're
they?
taking it out of context.
Whose words are
implying
they?
that you're making
Whose
it
words
seem
are
like
they?
Nathan's.
Who?
You're
Oh,
making
okay.
it seem
No,
like,
you're wrong. We'll try this again. They're the Lord's words being
well, I'm not going
delivered
to stay here and be
by.
disrespected when you want to make false lies. That's really sad.
They're the Lord's words, and they're being uttered by Nathan. I think everybody in the audience knows this. You don't listen. You can't lie to me, and you can't lie to the audience. We know how words work. When Nathan says, "Thus saith the Lord," and then he utters a quote from the Lord, it's clearly the thing that God is speaking. These are God's words. God is saying, he's the I in this sentence.
You're taking it out of context.
I'm
And
not. Okay. Listen, child, you're actually incapable of being honest. You're even though your book says not to lie, you're incapable of
You're
not
lying.
lying. You're not actually capable of addressing what words what words are in the sentence. So this conversation can't move forward because you can't be honest. But simply ask Lauren. We're simply not going to ask you anything since you can't give honest answers. But we will send you back to the comments so you can cry down there.
Justin, there also is a strong parallel here. You may have thought about this, right? But as this conversation is happening, I'm hearing this sort of like big time rationalizing. I'm thinking, doesn't it happen the same exact way when we talk to a Muslim apologist and we bring up the situation with Aisha? They do the same kind of thing as she was just doing.
Words never mean words. They can't. Listen, when you're confronted with a difficult passage in the Bible, you only have two options. Admit that it's horrible and it's problematic, or try to make it say anything than what it actually says. That's it, right? That's all you can do. Oh, well, she did her best. We're going to grab some super chats. I apologize if we got backed up a little bit on the super chats. We should have time for another guest still yet, though. And we've got some in the box. Design says exercise. Oh, I think we're all lucky as an example. He didn't pick a disobedient spouse. Yeah, so you're referring to the other guest that was okay with his spouse being beaten or punished, or his children being punished in his place. Man, I'd hate to be in that guy's family. And Space Lord says the Lord has given the Lord of has given his people 15, drops tablet, breaking it. Oh, you're doing the Mel Brooks rendition of the 10 Commandments when Moses drops the tablets and he says, "Here are the 15." And he drops it. 10 Commandments. That's actually a really good skit. If you guys haven't seen the Mel Brooks 10 Commandments skit, make sure you see it. And Penelope, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, "For God so loved the world that he kills millions of babies, even tortures and kills his own son, punishes innocent people for others' crimes. Such a loving God." Rock hard for Doug. Doug would never. Doug absolutely would never do that nonsense. It's crazy to me that in the same breath, Christians will say that God is a God of love when he's slaughtering innocents by the millions. Saint Brush, thank you for the 616. Hail Nero says, I don't know why. I don't know why Christians didn't explain the Hebrews in Egypt that slavery just means employment. Should have told God and Moses words don't mean words. Could you imagine? I brought this up only once or twice before, but next time somebody says that the slavery was actually employment, we need to ask them if the Egyptians were really slaves in Egypt or if they were just employed in Egypt. They're not gonna like that. And Helping Mega says, "Praise Doug for my dose of sanity streaming today." Well, listen, friend, we're going to have a lot more streaming coming up here in the future. Stay tuned. We're cranking the dial all the way up. And Carnage Asada, thank you again for a $10 super chat. Good to see you, friend. Says, "Caller, being forced to undertake hard labor was probably not even particularly unpleasant for those slaves." Caller, being forced to answer simple moral questions is extremely not comfy. Please stop. According to his logic, he'd rather be a slave than to answer my questions. That's a fair observation, Carnage. And Meg, good to see you, Meg. He says, "Words don't mean words. Does he think that the concubines screwed their own stepson?" Listen, there are people who believe that. I've talked to many people who get up here and say, no. Absalom didn't grape those women. They consented to commit adultery in front of all of Israel with their son-in-law. That's the craziest that's the craziest victim blame I've heard in quite some time. And Bill says, "Cognitive dissonance is not a pleasant experience." It's not, but that's what we really should rename this place to the cognitive dissonance zone, because that's really what happens here. Not so much deconstruction, it's more cognitive dissonance. And Design says, "Sometimes I wish the we are ants analog could get to the next logical failure. Ants justified in biting someone for disturbing their nest." That's an interesting point. If we're just ants, ants are technically justified in defending themselves. So if God's down here, giving us horrific commandments, it seems like we're justified just like the ants are in defending ourselves against the horrific crimes of Yahweh. And Cameron, thank you for the $5 super chat. Did I just hear that right? You were so patient with him, Justin. That guess though, you heard him right. And I tried to be patient with him because I think he was coming up in good faith, but geez, man, the end of that conversation, that's hard to stomach. And Izidridin, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I don't have anything clever to say or smart to add, so I will just give you some money and hope that you, Justin, and everyone here are having a marvelous time. Thank you for the stream. Well, IZ, thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for watching and liking. And for those watching, if you're not subscribed, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and drop a follow and subscribe, and also drop a follow of my friend Philodragon as well. Drop him a follow. And we're going to grab a couple more super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest right back up in here. And Jake says, "Happy birthday." Sorry. I read that. Thank you, though. Anyways, I really appreciate that. Sorry. Artful Dodger was next. Welcome to Kraken Crew Elite, Artful Dodger. I super appreciate that. And Mike says, "Phil, bro, define for me." You know what? I, like you, thought that conversation might devolve into Phil, bro. It actually didn't, surprisingly. And Alex says, it will always strike me as odd that God seems to take the cool parent role about slavery, but not mixed fabrics or shellfish. Alex, that's the fucking point. The God up there is like, slavery, well, it's okay. It's a thing that they do, You know, it's okay. But then we get the mixed fabrics, shaving your sideburns and nonsense like that, marking your skin. And God's like, no, you don't. You want to put your pee where? Oh, no, you're done. You're toast. It's crazy that God's so hands off with some things and then wants to murder you for other things. Mr. T, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Irish Christian brother schooling mistakenly introed me to Bertrand Russell, but it took me 30 years to ditch the BS. Thank you, Justin. And this community, it's good to be free. Happy solstice from Ireland. Well, Mr. T, thank you so much for letting us know that you were able to deconstruct from the cult. I know it's hard to do it in a culture that is steeped in it, and yours is steeped in it. See, and get my joke. It's okay if you didn't. Jim Nasty, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. It says, God had the baby bone cancer and SA to teach it and adults some lesson. That lesson is that God is super special and loving. Also Christians. Isn't it? These are the gymnastics, guys, that you have to do. It's easier if you envision the Christian in front of you giving you the bad gymnastics. Just envision them doing a dance in like what do you call that one piece get up, a leotard? Yeah, that makes it a little easier. So it says he has no idea what a transliteration is, and you're right. I was curious how many times he would say transliteration when he clearly didn't know what a transliteration was. He didn't know there's a difference between a translation and a transliteration. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Justin, riddle me this really quick, right? There's a passage, of course, we know it says, "Woe unto him who calls evil good and good evil." Well, how does that really play out when we start talking about these terrible, horrible, horrific things that God does, and then they just rationalize and say that they're good?
Yeah. If you can't look at the horrible atrocities and say, "Oh, that's bad," then like sure as hell you don't know what good is. Like if you can't tell me that raping 10 women is bad, then I'm not going to trust you if you tell me that God is good. That's insane. Germ says this caller's Christianity is like a prom dress made of recycled fabric scraps, completely non-cohesive and cherry-picked. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. It's the worst kind of patchwork you could imagine. And let me grab just 2 more super chats here. We'll get our next guest in here. That Dandy Fox says, why is God so small that his perfect word can be mistranslated, misinterpreted by mere humans? So that's a really good point. And we've brought this point up quite a bit in other live streams, which is like, God seems to be so powerless. Like it's almost like the way things are playing out is the way he wanted them to play out, or he's just powerless to stop it. Because I can't imagine a good God is like wanted his book to get transmitted through history and get utterly defiled along the way. But anyways, speaking of defiled Bibles, make sure and check out Dixon Bibles. Steve, thank you for giving me your money again, even though I know that you're going to say some nonsense apologetic. It says, press 1 for a God-fearing master. Press 2 for an atheist master that tells you he won't go to hell for doing anything he wants to you. Well, first of all, atheist slave owners didn't do that, and I'm going to pick 2 every day of the week because number 1 nets you a slave owner that thinks he can do anything to you or she can do anything to you, and it's okay because God justified it. That's why I'm going to pick number 2. Okay, let's grab our next guest. We'll get Julius in the box. How you doing, Julius?
What's up, Justin? Pretty good. How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Julius, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 49. I'm a believer, sir.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
The God of the Bible.
Cool. And what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Bible God being real?
Obviously my testimony, which I don't think you accept.
No, that'd be silly. Why would I accept your testimony as proof?
Yeah, I'm just answering your question.
Fair enough. It's an honest answer. Okay. Well, outside of your testimony, is there another reason why anyone would believe in this thing?
Anyone else? I've met, I'm not going to say hundreds, but maybe 100 people that actually have lived their life according to what they were taught at home, and then eventually started reading scripture and actually benefited from the teachings that it has.
So why do I care about that?
No, I'm answering your question.
So you think because somebody read the Bible and did good things after they read the Bible, that makes it true? I'm asking about why is it true, not why did people find some sort of like psychosomatic benefit from it.
Right. I believe your question was, why would anybody, benefit, or why would anybody believe that? And I answered your question because I have, shared with people that actually have read the Bible, actually, read it, understood it, put it to practice, and benefited from it.
Yeah, I know many others who had the opposite experience. They read the Bible, thought it was horrific, and ran far and far away from it, right? So just reading the Bible and coming in away with an opinion doesn't have any bearing on whether or not it's true. I'm trying to figure out if there's a good reason to believe that it's true.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if it didn't work for you, I get it. And I would probably agree with you. I also know some people that actually have tried to read it, didn't understand it, become frustrated, and then became even more bitter than their original state.
I don't know why bitter has to be the description. I guess they're your friends, not mine. But yeah. So to me, the personal experience and the testimony is kind of a useless data point. I'm trying to figure out something beyond someone's subjective experience that would lead one to believe that the Bible is true.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's obviously called faith. It's something that you obviously don't accept either, which is okay.
Okay. So nothing concrete then, just vibes and faith?
No, like I said, it has wisdom. It has a lot of good messages of that actually human beings can actually follow and benefit from it. Like
But
the message of
so did the Egyptian proverbs.
True.
So does that make the Egyptian proverbs true?
Some Chinese proverbs. No, as a matter of fact, some of those proverbs were taken from scripture.
Oh no.
And some of them were.
They predate the scriptures.
Well, I mean, scripture, depending on what you're talking about, because if you're talking about the civilizations that came before scripture, then yeah, obviously. But if you're talking about how the word was construed, because obviously before the word became the word, it was actually spirit. So and I realize that you don't understand this.
What is spirit?
So, spirit is obviously something that is supernatural. You can't see it.
Right, but what is it?
What is what is spirit?
Yeah, what is it? Like you say that the word is spirit. I don't even know what spirit means. What's a spirit?
Right. How can I articulate this for you, Justin, so you can understand it? Because you don't understand spiritual things. To you, these things are, they're crazy stuff.
If they are crazy stuff, that's why I asked you to define your term.
And I realize that's why I'm trying to figure out how would I be able to define that for you in a way that you can understand it. And I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna admit that my research and knowledge is limited. As a matter of fact, I kind of credit you with, your history of and knowledge of the word. I probably give you more credit of knowing more than I do, but benefiting less than I have from what is in the content of the Bible. But I guess in simple terms, I think spirit is something supernatural. It's a verb.
Spirit is a verb, not a noun?
Well, it could take a form of a noun, but it also is a verb.
Can you use it in a sentence as a verb?
The Spirit of God.
Yeah.
In the beginning, the Spirit of God. Let me see. Let me look that scripture up, because
It's Genesis chapter 1.
yeah, I believe it's chapter 1. I want to quote it correctly. Let me see here.
Pretty sure it's like verse 1.
No, you're talking about in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Yep. And the Spirit of God hovered over the waters.
over the waters, over the
Hmm.
waves of the waters. Correct.
Hmm.
Right. So I could use that sentence. I'm sure there's more sentences than that.
Right, but that doesn't use the word spirit in a verb.
That's more of a noun, correct?
Yeah, it's still a noun. Like I don't think spirit is a verb.
So we understand that God is spirit. In the beginning,
That's a noun.
let's see here. So okay, so I can probably point you in the direction of where it talks about how the Spirit of God works, meaning in a verb sense, and actually what it does, it empowers and it intercedes for us.
Yeah,
I
but
can give you many verses if you're interested. I think you read them all.
yeah, I've read them all. Nouns can do verbs. Like I'm a noun. Justin is a proper noun, and I can do things described by verbs. But Justin is not a verb. Just like spirit is not a verb; it's a noun, right? So when I ask, "What is spirit? What is a spirit?" I don't think you've furthered the answer at all. I still don't know what a spirit is.
What do you mean? Do you want me to like define the non-physical part that what a spirit is or is not?
Like if you said if I said I'm Justin and you're like, well, what's Justin? I said, well, I'm a human. You might say, well, what is a human? Well, I said, well, listen, we're carbon-based life forms, and here's what a human is made of, right? So when I said, well, what is a spirit? I'm trying to figure out what, other than a word in the English language, what is a spirit? And how do you know when something is or isn't a spirit?
I guess the best way I can put it for you, Justin, a spirit would be something non-physical that is a living being.
But that betrays the definition of what it means to live. Like, what's it mean to be alive?
I'm just giving you the definition what I think a spirit is. I mean, you can accept it, not accept it, and you can call me ignorant if you want for not being able to articulate what a spirit is. But if you want to, we can move forward.
Well, I mean, your definition is contradictory, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so let's just say you won that argument. What else can we talk about?
Is the Bible completely true in your worldview, or only partially true?
I believe it is.
Okay, does the Bible ever say anything that's not true?
No.
You sure about that?
100%.
100%? That's a lot of confidence.
I'm very confident in that.
What if I showed you something in the Bible that simply wasn't true? What would you tell me?
If I believe it's not true after you show me, then I would admit it.
Okay. So if in fact the Bible says something that's not true, what would be the conclusion from that revelation?
You being right, me being wrong.
No. I mean,
right.
what would be the conclusion about the Bible?
That God is wrong and you're right.
Oh, that the Bible got something wrong?
Well, ultimately God, because we believe that this is inspired by God.
Okay.
So it's basically Justin versus God.
Well, I mean, it could just be Justin versus a book that actually isn't written by God because it says things that it's wrong.
Okay, let's call it that. It's Justin versus the book.
Fair enough. Okay. So let's read in the Gospel of John. You're probably familiar with the story of the woman who perfumed Jesus's feet.
Feet, right?
It says in John, let's see, 6 days before Passover, Jesus came to Bethany, the home of Lazarus, whom he had raised from the dead. There he gave dinner. There they gave a dinner for him. Martha served, and Lazarus was one of those reclining with him. Mary took a pound of costly perfume and made of a pure nard, anointed Jesus' feet, and wiped them with her hair. The house was filled with the fragrance of the perfume. But Judas Iscariot, one of his disciples, the one whom was about to betray him, said, "Why is this perfume not sold for 300 denarii and the money given to the poor?" And he said, this is not because he cared. I'm sorry. He said this not because he cared about the poor, but because he was a thief. He kept the common purse and used to steal what was put into it. And Jesus says, leave her alone. She brought it so that she might keep it for the day of my burial. You also have the poor with you, but you will not always have me. I'm sorry, you always have the poor with you. Okay, so in the beginning of this narrative, we're told that it's 6 days before the Passover that this woman, Mary, puts the perfume on Jesus's feet and washes with her hair. When we go to the other Gospels, for example, in Mark, it says, it was 2 days before the Passover and the festival of unleavened bread. The chief priests and the scribes were looking for a way to arrest Jesus by stealth and kill him, for they said, not during the festival, or there may be a riot among the people. While he was at Bethany in the house of Simon the leper, as he sat at the table, a woman came in with an alabaster jar, very costly ointment of nard. She broke open the jar and poured the ointment on his head. But some there said to one another in anger, "Why has the ointment wasted this way? For this ointment could have been sold for more than 300 denarii and the money given to the poor." And they scolded her, but Jesus said, "Let her alone. Why do you trouble her? She has performed a good service for me. For you always have the poor with you, and you can show kindness to them whenever you wish, but you will not always have me." So clearly the same event. And one says that it was 2 days before the Passover, and the other says that it was 6 days before the Passover.
Right.
So which one was right?
So I've actually seen you and heard you outline this.
Actually, I actually don't know if I've ever used this one during a live stream before.
I think you have. I think I've heard you actually outline this before, and I want to say it was more than a year ago, probably, because I've been watching for a minute. But to get into that, I'm not gonna deny the fact that it does say that. Obviously, I do understand that we read the scripture differently. I, for one, read it from an inspired lens. You may read it from maybe a critique to criticize it, or maybe even a hateful lens. I don't know which one it is. Which one is more of the other? But by saying that, I mean that, I understand that things to me when I read scripture, they're not usually what I think they are immediately. Maybe one day is different for me than what it is to God. I understand that you're falling into the context of what the authors wrote. And what's amazing to me is that you read everything that you read, and yet you just focus on the 2 days and the 6 days. And it's amazing that you cannot get the goodness out of this.
Is the Bible 100% true?
Let me finish. And you only focus.
Listen, Julius, nobody cares about your preaching. Like, no one cares about the meta, right? The question we're trying to resolve right now is whether or not the Bible is 100% true. And
100%.
I immediately, when we started this conversation, asked you if it was 100% true. You said it was 100% true. Now we found something that clearly couldn't be true because it's a contradiction. And I'm trying to figure out how it can still be 100% true.
It's 100% true because the thing is, you're putting yourself in a judgmental seat. Like you're the judge. You're judging that this is not accurate because you found that one passage says 2 days and the other one says that it's 6 days, right? So to you,
so they can't both be right.
Right. So as a judge, you're making this judgment that it's inaccurate through and through because you found that.
I didn't say anything about the entire Bible. I'm making one statement about one passage in the Bible. And this one passage, or these two passages technically, are clearly in contradiction. They're contradicting each other, which means one of them can't be true, which means the Bible isn't 100% true. It's only some other percentage true. That's where we're at so far.
Right. So, and I get it, Justin. I think that if I were to actually take this into the lab and read the context of everything of both passages, I could come back with a very good articulate answer for it. I obviously see what you're saying. I disagree with the fact that it's wrong. You may go ahead and say, okay, it's wrong because of this. And again, we fall back into, reading scripture and how you're reading it. What's your intent in reading it? You're looking for the
My
inconsistency,
intent
the
is
contradiction.
irrelevant.
No, it's very relevant
Oh, it's
because
certainly not relevant at all. The
yes,
only
because you're
question we're
using
trying
that.
to answer right now is whether or not it says something that's inaccurate, right? You could have the intention of proving me wrong, or you could have the intention of proving me right. Neither one of those intents makes the problem go away. The problem is there no matter what your intention is.
Yeah, no, I get that. What I'm saying is that regardless of what my intent is as well, whether you're giving me the opportunity to show you why these two passages are written that way, and right now I don't have the immediate answer for you. It's just you're gonna remain in that same state of mind.
Yeah, because I have
But
facts.
but I guarantee
The
you that there's
facts
an answer.
the facts that I have demonstrate that the Bible is not true. If
Okay,
the facts were different, if the facts pointed to the Bible being true, well, then I would believe what you believe. But since that's not the case, I don't.
yeah, so I'm not denying the fact that one does say 2 and the other one says 6. However, I know that there's a good logical explanation for that.
Then what is
Right
it?
now, I don't have it. I don't have it at hand right now, but I would. I guarantee you that I can get into it and figure it out.
I don't think you
You see the
can.
thing? 100% I can. The
A
reason
million
being
percent you
is
can.
because I guarantee you I can come back and
I
actually
guarantee
just
you
like
you can't.
you're pointing this out to me, I can go ahead and get the information and point it back at you.
You
And then
can't do it because I already know the apologetic. Like I've already gone to the
it's not
apologetic
gonna be
websites.
it's
I've
not
already
gonna be
seen what they
apologetic.
say about it, and I already have a rebuttal for the apologetic. So what you'll
Of
do
course.
is you'll go out to Apologetic Press, or you'll go out to
No.
CARM, or you'll go out to Answers in Genesis. You'll get an apologetic, thinking you've got the answer. You're going to come back here. I'm going to tell you why it's a bad apologetic. I'm already 3 layers deep. You're still on
I
layer
get that.
1.
Oh, I get that because this is something that, again, I've seen you actually cover before. And here's the thing, when I read scripture, I don't read scripture with that intent to see, oh my God, this says 2, that says 6. I'm not going to believe anything. I actually go in there to get what I need for, to benefit from it, not to actually argue or debate or debunk it or
I
anything.
read it to know if it's true. Do you
Right.
think
So
do you think knowing if it's true is a good, honest intention?
let me ask you this.
Hold
Yes.
on. Do you think a person trying to come
Yes.
to the determination
The
if
answer
something
is
is
yes.
true is good or bad?
The answer is yes, sir.
Okay, so me reading a book trying to know if it's true means I have good intentions.
I get that. You're
Okay,
a
so
good,
the
well-intentioned person.
intention is irrelevant. The only question at hand is whether or not the things in the book are true. The intention that led you to your conclusion isn't all that relevant. But let me go to something more significant, because my guess is even if you came to the conclusion that this was a true problem in the text, you would say something silly like, "Well, it doesn't matter because it's not a theological."
Not at all. Not
Right.
at all.
Okay. So, in the New Jerusalem, right? In Revelation 21, the New Jerusalem comes down, new heaven, new earth, all that nonsense.
Right.
Are people going to die?
According to scripture, yes.
Yeah. Interesting. So they're going to die in heaven.
I mean, have you not read scripture? What it
I
says about that?
I have.
And do you disagree?
I think the Bible disagrees. Revelation 21 disagrees with Isaiah 65.
Well, let's look at it.
Okay. Revelation 21 says, I saw a new heaven and new earth, for the first heaven and first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw a holy city, the New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a voice from the throne saying, see, The home of God is among mortals. He will dwell with them. They will be his people. God himself will be with them and will be their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes. Death will be no more. Mourning and crying and pain will be no more, for the first things have passed away. So according to Revelation 21, when the New Jerusalem comes, there will be no more death.
Okay,
Do you want to see where the contradiction is?
bring it up.
Isaiah 65. I'm about to create a new heavens and new earth. The former things shall not be remembered or come to mind, but be glad and rejoice forever in what I'm creating. I'm about to create Jerusalem as a joy and its people as a delight. I will rejoice in Jerusalem and delight in my people. No more shall the sound of weeping be heard or the cry of distress. Really weird how it sounds just like Revelation 21. It says, no more shall there be in it an infant who lives but a few days, or an old person who does not live out a lifetime. For one who dies at 100 years will be considered a youth, and the one who falls short of 100 will be considered accursed. So he's saying in the New Jerusalem, you're going to live for a long time. You're not going to live forever,
Right.
which means it's just a contradiction.
Like I said, not necessarily. I think we look at scripture differently, and that's okay.
I'm sorry. If he says some people are going to die before the age of 100, and Revelation says that death will be no more, how are those things existing at the same time?
And the reason being why I said yes initially is because I'm more familiar with Isaiah than Revelations. I'll be honest with you, I hardly ever get into Revelations, but maybe obviously I need to get into it more. But my understanding of that was yes initially. There's obviously things that are gonna challenge your way of thinking. Things are not gonna be understood immediately, and it will challenge the way you think and the way you learn things, because you read one passage and at the end of the day when you read another passage you're like, wait a minute, these things are somewhat, they're talking about the same thing, but there seems to be some differences, not contradictions, differences.
It's a contradiction.
And when you get into it and you start understanding the differences, then you see how they correlate together.
It's a clear contradiction. We just read it.
But I understand that, you don't read it in that way. So at the end of the day, you're going to label them a contradiction.
Yeah, I'm honest. I read it in a way that's honest.
Yeah,
You're reading it in a way that's dishonest, right? So I'm reading the book and I'm saying, oh shit, that's a contradiction. You're reading it and you're saying, listen, I don't have a good reason for why it wouldn't be a contradiction, but it can't be a contradiction. And the only reason why you came to that conclusion is not because you've actually studied it, it's because you're dishonest. And I'm not willing to be dishonest. And that's the difference.
Not at all.
So your motivations are the problem, not my motivations. But listen,
The
Julius,
difference-
you've been nice during the conversation, at least. I could say that about you. You're a nice guy, but I think I'm limited on time. I've got to get to some super chats before I run out of time. I ran out of time last week and I didn't get to all the super chats, so I apologize. I'm not going to do it this week. I'm not going to take another guest and run late and then miss super chats. People have been very nice to send super chats and participate in this discussion. So come back, read the passages that we talk about. I'll be live again on Sunday. I'll be live again on Wednesday and Friday. Come back and tell me what you learned about them, okay?
I definitely will. Maybe I'll catch you Wednesday because I'll be busy the rest of the other days of your life.
Fair enough. All right. Enjoy your weekend.
Take it easy, man.
Cheers.
Justin, the situation I wanted to bring up here too is that if you just draw the reductio and you do a parallel, right? If you ask the question, hey, if a Muslim was talking to you, right? Let's say that the past guest, and that Muslim told you, I am committed. I know it's impossible that the Quran has mistakes. Is that an honest position or a dishonest one? And that's quite clear.
Yeah, that's 1,000,000%. I wish I had thought about that during the conversation, but you're right, because when you get to the point where you're reading a book and your starting point is this book cannot be wrong, well, there's no amount of gymnastics you won't do to make the problems go away, even though typically the answers to the problems are horrific answers. It's crazy. All right, friends, I'm going to go through the super chats. If we have time left over, we'll take another guest. Dr. Pizza is in the house. Good to see you, Dr. Pizza. Says, my neighbor confessed that he was doubting God, and we are up until 1 a.m. discussing the inconsistencies in the Bible. He seems relieved. He's not crazy. Dr. Pizza, this was my experience too. As I was reading these problems in the Bible, I kept finding that, like, I kept going to apologetic websites and finding their arguments to not be good. They're not good arguments. And I was, for a short part, like, frustrated because, like, I can't be the only person seeing these problems. And then I found all kinds of atheists and agnostic scholars that agreed with me. But you find them on the level typically of scholarship. You don't find them typically in, like, the average church or ministry. Their job is to keep your butt in that pew. And of Afro Fire, thank you so much for the 666. Appreciate that. Says, hail Doug, for his hardness hardens us all. Let his rigidity erect us all in the holy pound town. Amen. Guys, stay erect for Doug. Stay rock hard and erect for Doug. It's very important because he's always rock hard for you. And Cryptic says, if I have kidney stones, does that mean, actually, I've got this question a lot. Does that mean I have been blessed by Doug, or is this a punishment? I tried getting stoned for Doug. I don't know. What am I doing wrong? This is a fair question. We get this one quite a bit. So as it turns out, kidney stones are not from Doug. This evil Yahweh entity is just trying to imposter Doug, claiming to be Doug all the time, and then doing horrible things and blaming it on the devil, when really it's Yahweh doing the horrific thing. Doug's going to put an end to it. He's biding his time. See, isn't that crazy? Like, the amount of bullshit answers you have to come up with to fix some theological problems. Like, that caller clearly found a theological issue in my fictitious Doug worldview. And you can just make up excuses on the spot. Glow for Show, great name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, amazing to catch a live in the morning. Rock hard for Doug. As always, keep cooking, Justin. Well, thank you, Glow. And here's a Doug idol right here on the screen. Here you can see it on vertical, and over here my hand's cut off on the horizontal. But yeah, those stones out there on Easter Island, those were put there by Doug. I don't know if anyone knew this. The mystery's been solved for quite some time, friends. And Button Wizard, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Exodus 20, God rewards 1,000 generations of the good. This is a lie. If the world ends soon and just 40 trillions of people are involved, does God just suck at math? Do the original text support this? So the original text is actually pretty clear. And he says the same thing in Exodus 34:7, 6 and 7, if I remember correctly. We'll pull up both of them. Exodus 20, and we'll also do Exodus 34, 6 through 7. Because God brags about, so this is actually a really good point, because this brings up some mathematical issues, right? So let's go first to Exodus 34. Exodus 34 says, did I type the wrong numbers in? Exodus 34, 6 through 7. There we go. The Lord passed before him and proclaimed, the Lord, a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger, abounding in steadfast love and faithfulness, keeping steadfast love for the 1,000th generation. So this is actually a really interesting point. If God is going to love the offspring for 1,000 generations, then there seems to be a contradiction, because the offspring of Abraham haven't been loved for the thousands of generations. They've been quite literally punished. And then he goes on further. He says, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, yet by no means clearing the guilty, but visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children and the children's children to the 3rd and the 4th generation. So it's just a weird phrase. Like, if God is really going to be punishing families generationally, then the 1,000 generation curse is a bit of a problem. That means the vast majority of all of God's people will have been cursed and not blessed based on the 1,000-year curse. But to your point on Exodus 20, let's see. Did I type in 30? Yeah. Exodus 20. Let's see. Where in verse 20 does it say the thing you were saying? Does it say it? I don't think it does. I think it was just in verse 34, 7. Is it 20? Oh, interesting. Okay, so in 26 says, showing steadfast love to the thousandth generation of those who love me and keep my commandments. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So again, if you follow the commandments of God, then 1,000 generations after you should be blessed by God, which is kind of a crazy thing to think about because that actually hasn't been the case. He's done literally the opposite of that. It also brings into question, how long is 1,000 generations? I got some questions about that. Anyways, great question. I appreciate that, Button Wizard. And Larry says, this guest and Triple Cross would joyously make baby paste. Wow. You know what, Larry? I'm surprised we didn't get around to baby paste argumentation today. But you're right. Those guests would have justified baby paste all day long. And we've got to find a way to do an emoji for this. We really need a baby paste emoji and we need a foreskin emoji. Those are two emojis. We got to figure out how to get it working because they come up so often. I don't know how we don't have emojis for them. But let me know if you guys make up some artwork for foreskins and baby paste. Let me see what we can do here. We'll try to get some icons integrated into the stream. And Iceman, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, thank you for bringing me out of the darkness. Well, Iceman, thank you so much for coming out and being honest and letting us know. It warms my heart to know that like the stuff that we're doing up here is making an impact on the world. And Piao, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, oh my archeous, the effing slavery apologetics continues. This is the craziest thing. This is the funny thing about doing slavery apologetics is once it starts, like once you get one or two guests talking about slavery, all the Christians in the chat have this thing like welling up inside of them saying, God doesn't really promote slavery. I have to correct the record. They just feel compelled. They have to come up. And then you end up with this endless stream of slavery apologetics because they haven't read the book. If they had read the book, they wouldn't be up here. And Kenneth, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, list all the horrible things the Bible says you can do and say it's from the Quran. Oh, we've actually done this before. It says, let the Christians condemn those and then say, actually, my mistake is the Bible. So we did this with Deuteronomy 22 some time ago. We've been meaning to do this more. I'm going to get around to it. This is a really good tactic, actually. It proves the bias in their thinking. And Aonis, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, love being able to catch one of your streams while I'm working. Keep cooking and praise Doug. Well, thank you, Aonis, for chiming in, for super chatting and supporting the live stream. Really appreciate it, my friend. And Marcus, come in and again, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, why do apologists say you can't compare indentured servitude to slavery? You absolutely can, in my opinion. Also, there's not a good reason to make someone a slave, not even in the Bronze Age or before that. So you're not wrong, Marcus. So what the apologists will do is they'll try to make up a reason like, well, the slavery was justified because they did something bad. They lost a war, they committed a crime, whatever, right? But slavery never has to be the outcome of any of these things. That's the bottom line. Like if somebody did something bad, it never needs to result in slavery. Somebody gets caught stealing, they burn their neighbor's house down, whatever. The punishment for that never has to be lifetime slavery. That's nonsensical. That doesn't make any sense, right? But in the Christian worldview, you know slavery is already in the book, and you have to find a way to justify it, so you reach. Sir, thank you for the burger. I appreciate the goth burger. And Adam come in and again, good to see you, Adam. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Bible saying how to treat each other is useless regarding slavery because slaves are property, not fellow Israelites. Doesn't say love your property. That's such a good point, Adam. Your property is not your neighbor. I don't know if people are aware of this. Your property is not your neighbor. You're told to love your neighbor, not your property. And Marcus coming in again. Thank you so much, friend. It says, oh my Doug, great line. Oh my Doug, a theist pulling up the old Shapiro arguments of fact, not feelings, is incredibly rich. You're literally arguing on behalf of imagination, sweetie. Isn't that the craziest thing? Lauren was wild, but give her some credit. She was willing to actually dig into the text, even though she was going to lie about what the text actually said. And hold the horses, guys. I said I was going to read all the super chats, and you know that I'm going to read all the super chats. But listen, we've got to pull open some red carpet real quick. Prophetess Queen Hadasa, welcome back.
Welcome, peasants.
Welcome back, Prophetess. Prophetess
Thank you.
Queen
Yes, prophetess
Hadasa.
queen to you now.
Fantastic. What's in your mind today?
What's on my mind?
Yeah.
No, nothing. This
Can
is
you
my
give me a prophecy?
exercise. Can I give you? No, I'm not that type of prophet.
Oh, sounds like a
I
useless
mean, I
prophet,
might be
then.
able to, but well,
What can-
prophets aren't just here to tell the future. That's a subset of what they do.
What can you
You're
do
not
that's
just here to do fortune cookie shit.
What can you do that's testable?
What can I do that's testable?
Yeah.
I mean, take a shit. I don't know. Can you test that?
No, as a prophet, because Deuteronomy 18 says, anyone who does not heed the words of that prophet anyone who does not heed the words that the prophet shall speak in my name, I will hold accountable, right? So if you don't heed the words, if you don't heed the words of a prophet, then you could be held accountable to it. Now, he says, any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall be unalived, right? That's why he says,
Right.
You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. Do not be frightened by it. So I'm looking for a reason. What's testable in your prophecy that I can determine whether or not you're speaking presumptuously?
Well, that only refers to words of knowledge, things coming to pass that you would have to test. What about the prophet
Do you have any?
like Moses was a prophet? He didn't have anything like that. Elijah was a prophet, brave big prophet. John the Baptist, another big one. Also, Jonah is another one. Didn't give prophecies out. Deborah is
Okay,
also very
so-
famous.
So
Samuel.
you don't
it's
have
not,
anything testable
So
then.
you guys like psychics. That has nothing to do with what
all
I'm here
of them,
to do.
all of them did say things about the future.
Occasionally, yeah, they did.
Okay, can you say one thing about
Because
the
they
future?
knew God, and God knows the future.
Exactly, yeah. So you're a prophet, you know God knows the future. Can you tell me something about the future?
What I can tell you is that you don't put God to a foolish test, which is what this would be. So
Why not?
you can fuck right off.
Why not?
I just told you why.
What's he going to do?
What's he going to do? Listen,
He can't stop me.
in my autonomy, am not going to. Why would I try to tell you something? I don't have to prove anything to you.
Oh,
There's billions of people that
sounds like
believe
you're in-
this.
sounds
So
like
why
you're
do
in
I need
the-
to prove that to you?
Well, I mean, there are billions of people that believe in Muhammad. That's meaningless to me. So the
Yeah,
question
that's true
is
too.
whether or not
whatever
there's
you
a
believe in is meaningful to me.
the question is whether or not there's a good reason to believe it, right? And so now I've
Okay,
got
that's your question.
I mean, I've got a supposed bona fide prophet up here. I'm just listen.
Yeah.
If you're a real prophet, I'll follow you, but I need evidence that you're a
You're
prophet.
full of shit. You just lied. You
No,
just
I
lied.
didn't. No, I
you just
didn't.
lied. Now, see, you don't want me to get into my real
Hadasa,
office
I'll
because
be
that's
your-
a bold-faced lie.
I'll be
That's a
your
bold-faced
disciple,
lie, sir.
Hadasa.
Sir, that's a lie, sir.
Alls I
That's
need-
a bold-faced lie.
alls I need is one-
Everybody know in here you're full of shit.
All I need is one good.
Everybody can feel it.
All I need is one good.
Everybody knows what a lie sounds like, sir.
All I need is one good testable prophecy that wouldn't just be coincidence, and I'm your disciple. So let's have it. What is it?
She also seems to be the one and only cussing prophet.
there's not many I can think of. I mean, to be fair, Saul, when Saul was overcome by the Spirit and started to prophesy, he did get down and dance naked on the ground. So he did do that. But I don't know if he let any cuss words out. If his dancing madness was also paired with Tourette's, I don't know. Anyways, Hadasa, I know you don't know you're muted, but listen, I know you don't have anything to contribute. Come back again. We'll talk again soon. Bring me a word from the Lord, and I'll be your disciple. I told you that's the deal. All right, you come back with a word from the Lord, that's testable, provable. verifiable. And you're looking at Hadassa's first disciple. Now, I know you don't have many disciples because you're not a real prophet, but listen, I'm willing to be a man of my word. Jay Cow, thank you so much for the super chat. Jay Cow says, watched you and Ems losing it with laughter and cracking at Minar reports at least 100 times. Praise God. Jay Cow, the Minar crash out might be my favorite crash out of all crash outs. It's still my if you guys haven't seen the Minar crash out on my channel, make sure you do. It's the best crash out ever. I've watched it myself like 5 times. And Marcus, thank you so much for the additional super chat. Says, "Oh my dog, Athea's pulling up the." Oh, I'm sorry, we just read that. I apologize. I started double reading here. Flash says, "Justin, I missed the first hour. Did you make your announcement yet? Glory be to Doug." I did. I'll make it again. Because I have the best audience in the entire interwebs that love and support my ministry, my missionary work. My last day of formal work at my current employer was today. Now, it's possible in the future I might have to do some private contracting. I used to do private contracting before I started working for this company. So it's possible, like, I'm going to have months where I got to fill in the gaps. You know what I mean? Like that might happen, and I'll do some private contracting. But for now, we'll see what happens. So we're gonna be debating 5 days a week. We're gonna be doing the work. We're cranking the dial all the way up to 11. If they didn't want you to turn it up to 11, they wouldn't put 11 on the damn amplifier. So we're cranking it all the way up to 11. And Dex, also, I'm starting 2 new live streams. My schedule after the summer is going to be Tuesday and Thursday during the daytime for people who can't watch at night. And then I'll be doing Wednesday and Friday late night as usual for those who do the late night. And then Sunday, I'll be bouncing between AXP and my own channel, and also Unapologetic. And I'm trying to get back on the line. I've got a couple people that I'm talking to, see if we can get paired up sometime on the line. So you'll probably see me on the line sometimes. I don't know if I'll ever get to sit down with Matt Dillahunty on the line, but we'll see what happens. Dexter, thank you for.
I am also going to be, just so everybody knows, I'm going to be giving out free memberships to Deconstruction Zone every month. So even if you can't afford it, tell your friends, keep watching, like and subscribe, and you will probably find yourself with a free membership sooner than you know it.
Big W. And Aaron has been supporting my channel for a long time. I can't think of anyone who's doled out as many memberships as Aaron. And Aaron, I really appreciate all you do for the channel. It's a huge help. It's the thing that helps to keep this thing doing what it does. When I first started the channel, I never imagined that I'd be able to spend this much time doing what I'm really passionate about. You know what I mean?
100%.
And Marcus, thank you for sending out 5 DZ memberships. Super appreciate that. Marcus and Dexter, both, thank you so much. And also, Spike Mike says, caller was sad. It literally says, I'm doing the thing. Lie to yourself, not us. Yeah, referring to Lauren. That's the crazy thing. They can read the words where God is literally saying, I'm doing the thing. And I'm like, God's not doing it. God's not doing it. Oh, come on. Listen, you can lie to your mama. You're not going to lie to me. I'm not going to believe your nonsense. Gemma J says, hail Doug and Herman. Hail Doug and hermeneutics. Down with icy Jesus. The wordplay in the super chats that I get are phenomenal. Gemma J, that's a great wordplay. I really appreciate that. Never forget about your hermeneutics, and I approve this message. And True, thank you for the 100 NOK. Says, believe in this objective truth because of our subjective feels. I heard it's your birthday. If it so, happy birthday, Justin. Well, True, I haven't told anyone. Somehow someone found out. But it is actually my birthday. Not only is it my last day of employment at my now former employee place of employment, which, by the way, it was sad to leave. Like, I really loved the people there and I enjoyed working there. But listen, if you want to do what you're passionate about, you got to go whole hog into it. And so that's what we're doing. But yeah, today is not only my last day of work, it's also my birthday. So thank you for being here, friends, on my birthday. After I end stream, my son and I are going to get some ice cream and birthday cake. He's autistic. He has no idea what a birthday is because he's pretty severe, but he's going to enjoy the cake and the ice cream anyways. He don't care. And Saint Brush, thank you for the $2 super chat, says, ask the Holy Spirit what a verb is. Oh, listen, if I know anything about the Holy Spirit within Christianity is that it doesn't know grammar. The Holy Spirit was very bad with grammar. I don't trust Christians with grammar at all. And Todd, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And also Reluctant Theist, thank you so much for the $10 Euro chat, says, is God stuck here like us with no way out? If he is, from time indefinite to time indefinite, then nobody asked him if he wanted to be God. Was he obliged to accept the position by default? Reluctant, this is such a good question. Okay, so is there ever a moment, and this is my take, is there ever a moment where God doesn't want to be God anymore, where dude's just bored? And I've had this thought before, specifically because I was listening to a conversation about omniscience. And feel me out on this. All right. If you're omniscient, right, you know every single thing that will ever happen for all of eternity, which means you don't have any joy. You don't have any pleasure, right? First of all, he can't enjoy any of the pleasures we do because theoretically he's non-corporeal. He can't taste anything. He can't really hear anything. Although the Bible disagrees with all that nonsense. He eats, he talks, he hears. But if you already know if I know everything that's going to happen to me tomorrow, unless it's the first time it's ever happened to me, who gives a fuck? I don't. It's not exciting. That's not interesting to me. Eventually, an all-knowing entity is going to be bored out of his immaterial mind. It's the most insane, illogical. I agree with Reluctant. At some point, he's going to be like, this is bullshit. I don't want to know what's going to happen to me. This is boring as hell. Design says, I just spirit out my Pepsi. You used it in a verb right there. I appreciate that. And Afro says, hateful lens equals Justin's sniper scope. Well, thank you for the 666. And isn't it crazy that like when you're just asking logical questions, the opposition treats you like you're bad, like you're doing something bad. No. I want to know what's true. Argo, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, you're clearly reading from a critical lens because when you find mistakes, you don't simply ignore it like you should, LOL. That's what he was saying. If you're reading the book honestly, you should ignore all the problems. Keep in mind, I found most of these problems when I was still a Christian. That's why I'm not a Christian. Also, Reverend says, Bible is super consistent, constantly lying. This is, Reverend, danger. This is a very good observation, and I can't believe I've never used this in a debate before. You're right. The Bible is consistently doing one thing, lying. And Ursma, good to see you again, my friend. Thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. It says, there it is. Words don't mean words, and numbers don't mean numbers. They never do. They can't. They can't if you're a Christian. Words have no meaning. And Lowe's, thank you for the 666. Hail Satan, Hail Nero, says, what is the best way to debate with a Christian who says that the laws from the Old Testament were only for Israelites except for the 10 Commandments? Those are for everyone. Well, first of all, when it comes to who the laws are for, ask them to provide a verse. They'll never provide a verse where the Bible says that only the 10 Commandments are for everyone. Not going to find it. Doesn't exist. When you look at the Old Testament for passages as to who they pertain to, I've got a spreadsheet or a document. I apologize, it's not on the spreadsheet yet. I should put it on the spreadsheet. I put together a document a while ago that's laid out a handful of verses under the following topics. I'll work on getting this into the DZ cheat sheet for everyone who has a copy of the cheat sheet. Well, give me 1 second. I got lost here. I don't know. There we go. Now, I don't know if this is readable, but I'll do something like this on the DZ cheat sheet, but I got to do it in the Excel format. I got passages for is the law of God perfect? Is it eternal? Those are all in the cheat sheet. How long should people obey the law for? That's going to be in there with verses. What to expect about the law during the Messianic age? That's going to be in there. I've got another section down here for who is the law for? Who is it actually applied to? There's a whole section for that. And then the last thing is just some common talking points. Is the law difficult to follow? Of course not. Of course not. And then did Jesus address the law? He did, Matthew 5. So I'll integrate this into the cheat sheet because I think this would be the best way to answer your question because it is kind of an in-depth question skills. So if you're not already following me or subscribed, go ahead and just DM me on Discord, and then the sheet that I showed you with the verses on it, I can just send you that sheet over DM in Discord, and you can run away with it. Ops, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, when a caller argues that natural disasters are punishment for original sin, ask why do these disasters also occur on all known planets? So this is actually a really good point. And you're right. We haven't talked about it before. I think Ian and Dr. Blitz, I've heard talk about it because craters hit the moon. We have tornadoes on Jupiter. Isn't Jupiter the planet with the big red spot, I believe? So yeah, like these natural disasters that we find here on the planet, they exist everywhere else, right? But the planet is exhibiting behavior that seems to be common for our universe. So the fact that it's happening here, I think is more parsimonious with the idea that the universe is chaotic and not designed. Neil, thank you for the super chat. Says, I hope y'all is going to share the super chat cash with Top G because he's been providing an awful lot of entertainment in these comments. Well, unfortunately, I can't read all the comments. I'm actually got comments going on TikTok and comments going on both YouTube channels. And so I'm only seeing comments very sparsely here and there. So unfortunately, like when something's happening, a lot of times I'm not seeing it, especially because I'm in the middle of the conversation. But Top G, thank you for boosting me in the algorithm by endlessly commenting. And Network, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, fellow engineer Network from Ohio, been following since November. Not an atheist, but I always enjoy cooking nonetheless. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Network. I appreciate that. And big shout out, big W for engineers. We make the world go around. Literally, we created the coordinate system. So big W there. And Jay, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, I'm so happy someone found out to turn off your VPN to send super chats. Praise Doug. Actually, I don't even use a VPN. I should, because trust me when I tell you, there are people trying to get after me. But Jay, thank you for the super chat. Hail Nero. And Jimmy says, stay humble, our prophet. Prophetess is always humble. She comes up here. But she did dominate me with her pinky finger last time, was what she said. Jay also sending out a DZ membership. I super appreciate that, Jay. And E-Boogie, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, not this clown, famously the least humble Christian ever. She's comfortably out of her mind. Praise Doug. If not for her, I might still be Christian. You're right. Hadasa I hate to say it, but I don't think she's not all there. There's just all there is to it. And Eric, it says, if Justin gets mauled by bears, I'm converting. Actually, yeah, if she predicted that for making fun of the prophetess, I'm going to get mauled by 2 she bears, that would be a good reason to convert if it actually happens. And Design says, bye-bye, Hadasa. Thanks for the humbling. I know, we're all so humbled. I'll see you in church Sunday, guys. And Billy says, totally need to see you do something with Paulogia. Actually, I've been communicating with Paulogia over email. I'm working on getting together with him on a topic concerning the resurrection. You're going to love it. I'm going to be bringing out lots of ancient resources to contextualize what people thought about resurrecting people in that time period. I hope we could work something out. If not, I'll do a long form video on my channel. But yeah, he's the resurrection guy. I'm hoping we can get a video put together about the resurrection. It's going to be awesome. Vegas says Kraken is what the prophet needs to get her magic 8-ball into Doug. Actually, 100%. And I did finally find a 3D print that I could modify. and I made a Kraken bottle holder that fits the Kraken bottle perfectly. It sits on the shelf. I got to do a little more modification to it, but I'm I'm going to start printing some Kraken bottle holders as some giveaways. But yeah, guys, enjoy some Kraken. It's the best rum on the planet. MBC, thank you for gifting out 5 DZ memberships. I really appreciate that. And Donnie says, congratulations and happy birthday. Doug has truly blessed you. He really has. And Donnie, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for super chatting. You guys are the blessing. You're the ones that make this possible. And Boogie says, LFG, HBD, congrats. A happy birthday, and let's fucking go. Well deserved. Praise Doug. I'm with you. Let's go. We're going to cook, and dry potatoes. Thank you for the happy birthday super chat. I appreciate that. And also from Bucky, thank you for the 6666, Bucky. Big W. He says, praise Doug. Thank you for that. He says, are you a 501c3? So I'm getting an appointment next week with a CPA to go over the ins and outs of how to do this the best way possible without like getting raked over the coals by the government or doing something stupid and like getting my business, getting in some sort of tax legal issues from doing this the wrong way. I think I have a pretty good handle on it. I used to run my own business before I was working for my prior company. So I have a pretty good handle on how the taxes are handled. But yeah, I'm going to be filing both for a corporation and for a 501c3 for various reasons. They'll be separate entities. One is because I'm going to continue doing charitable work on this channel, but I want to make sure that people can get receipts for their charitable giving. People can actually have something that they take to their tax man and say, yes, I gave to a nonprofit. So eventually we're going to get a 501c3 and a corporation set up properly. And Flash, thank you for the $49.99. Big W, Flash. I super appreciate it. It says, happy birthday. Ice cream is on me. You speak so well of your son. He's lucky to have you. Well, thank you so much, Flash. That's really generous of you. And listen, my life revolves around my son. He's the only thing that matters to me. He's the best thing, and he's the sweetest boy you're ever going to meet. Like a lot of little boys, like I was destructive as a little boy. He's not. He's so sweet. He's amazing. There's not enough good things I can say about my son. I'd be here all day. Space Lord, thank you for the super chat. Says John 8:2, you will know the truth and the truth will set you free. Best verse in the Bible, and it's not close. Grats on unemployment. Thank you so much, Space Lord. You're right. The truth is going to set you free from the lies in this book. This is the one thing the book said that was true. And Fern, thank you so much for the super chat. Says I need a cheat sheet disproving God equals love compared with 1 Corinthian definition. Is that available anywhere? Discord link in a resource channel, maybe. Well, if you're subscribed to the channel, that contradiction is on my cheat sheet. It's on the tab of the cheat sheet labeled contradictions. In fact, I'll show it to you real quick. Let's see. And there have been some people, I think, in the Discord that have their own cheat sheets if you really want to get in there. But there is a section in here. Here we go. Yeah, 1 John, 1 Corinthians, and Exodus. God cannot be love and also jealous. So that's a contradiction that shows up on the cheat sheet. I got a lot of tabs on the cheat sheet, guys. It's unbelievable. And I don't know if I told everyone. I started another tab that I've been filling out that you guys are really going to love. They're alternative resurrection accounts. I got the resurrection account so far of Aristeas, the resurrection account of Nero, the resurrection account of Alcestis, the resurrection account of Ramses II. So we've got lots of material being added to the cheat sheet all the time, and obviously the ancient sources to go with it.
Justin, also I was going to say, you going full time on the same day as your birthday, that's absolute proof of Doug, period. It is. You couldn't time that coincidence any better, could you? It's just a rock solid proof that Doug is the God that gives and takes away. That's it. If Yahweh didn't want it to happen, he would have stopped it. He didn't. Doug is better. 1,000,000%. Praise Doug. Marcus says, I love Hadasa. She's so unhinged. It's amazing. Actually, Marcus, I'm in agreement with you. Some people are so unhinged that it's like free entertainment. It's kind of like watching a train wreck. You just can't look away. You're like, I know it's going to be bad, but I gotta do it.
Master, thank you for the $4.99. Says best show on YouTube and TikTok. Thanks for entertainment. Since we were talking about verbs, Holy Spirit's favorite is fuck Hadasa. I think you're right, actually. If she's a prophet, she's the fucking prophet. That's for sure. And Marcus says, happy birthday, Justin. Thank you, Marcus. Thanks for the barbecue. You're the man. Well, thank you for supporting the channel, Marcus. I really appreciate that. And Billy says, can some tell a Christian it's okay to say I don't know instead of making BS excuses? So Bill, this is a really good point, okay? And we've talked about this before. So when I was a Christian, my goal was to be an honest Christian. And as an honest Christian, when I got the difficult things, I had to look at it and say, oh, I don't know. Yeah, let me look into it. You know what I mean? What I didn't do is bend over backwards. Also, I see more super chats coming in. Friends, I'm running out of time. I got to end at 5 o'clock. I got a half hour left. So I love you. Save your super chats for Sunday. We'll be live again Sunday night per the typical time. Save your super chats for Sunday. Let me get through what we have here. I don't want to miss any super chats. Last time we had so many super chats on Friday that I didn't get to all of them. I probably left like 15 or 20 of them hanging. And I apologize. I never want to do that. My policy here is anyone who spent their hard-earned money to super chat, they at least deserve some recognition for it. You know what I mean? Like maybe the channel one day will get so big that I can't read all of them. I don't know if that's going to be the case. But the fact of the matter is, you guys are here. You're spending your time with me. You're spending your support on the channel. I want to make sure you guys get the recognition for it. And Sayla says, I'm very intelligent. Something an intelligent person never has to clarify, which is such a good point because the person who says they're cool is never cool. The person who claims to be intelligent is never intelligent. Intelligent people, cool people, these are characteristics of people that you notice them, right? You don't have to be told about them. The people who are telling you about them are the ones who clearly don't have it. And Doug, thank you for the super chat. It says, great name, by the way, Doug Brown. It says, come on, people, words don't mean words unless they do mean words, then they do until they don't. Obviously, I couldn't say it better than myself, Doug. The words simply cannot have meanings unless they need to have meanings. Then they have the meanings, except when they don't have the meanings, because obviously words don't have meanings. And Sayla says, does he think that laying or going into 10 concubines is somehow consensual in a way? So Sayla, that was going to be the next apologetic, actually, about David's 10 concubines. The crazy thing is the first apologetic he was attempting was that going into the concubines didn't mean having sex with them. That was his initial claim, which is crazy. Joyful, thank you for the happy Friday. I appreciate that. Also, Can Mom, thank you so much for the cat. And Senior Breezy, thank you for subbing on TikTok. I really appreciate that. And Can Mom with the birthday cake as well. And Science with the confetti. Big W Science, I appreciate that. Crispin Chunk, thank you so much as well. Good to see you tonight. Or it's not tonight, it's this morning. It's this morning. My time frame's off. ZM says, Christian men talking about grape like it's just an object lesson. I hate it. So this gets to the point where what's shocking to me is not, I'm used to men reading those passages and brushing them aside. What's shocking to me is when women do it, right? It's like, you can almost see why a man could compartmentalize that nonsense. But when a woman does it, it's painful to watch. It's like when a black person is defending biblical slavery. It's painful to watch. What are you doing? Why are you hating on yourself? And Sayla come in and again, thank you, Sayla, says, Justin, you're too sensitive, obviously. How dare you have empathy and compassion for random women getting raped? Shame on me, actually. Shame on me for having empathy for innocent women getting raped. It's crazy. Sayla again says, this guest probably thinks it's a punishment for the man, not the woman, because he sees women for men's pleasure. You're right. And we've heard that before. We've heard plenty of occasions where the caller will say something like, well, yeah, but David was punished because it hurts the husband when their wives are, raped. I think, yeah, that's crazy that you think that's an acceptable means of punishment. Krill, thank you for the 129 SEK. Says, nice seeing you live once again. I have a small question. Have you ever considered debating people like Andrew Wilson and Sam Shamoon? So, I mean, certainly I would debate Sam Shamoon or Andrew Wilson if they showed up here. Andrew Wilson is probably off the table because he just does political nonsense. So, like, he's not really in my sphere, right? I'm concerned about whether or not it's true. What you do about it is your business. Now, Sam Shamoon, he does debate against atheism, but he debates more against Islam than atheism. But he knows I exist. He's been on my Facebook leaving stupid comments before, so he knows I exist. He's never going to show up here. And again, I don't blame him because Sam's doing the same thing I'm doing, right? Sam is saying, here's my message, here's my platform. Can you prove me wrong? And to be fair, most people aren't prepared to debate him. But also, Sam Shamoon's kind of a prick that talks over everybody, kicks people whenever they make good points, and mutes them even when they're not talking because he's just kind of a barbarian. And like, he can't talk for more than 5 minutes without insulting you and your mother. And like, he's not a rational debater. So like, no one's going to come on to Sam's debate stream and get anywhere. But that being said, I don't expect him to come here. Ziam says, and now the guest is doing the very Christian thing of labeling empathy as a weak character trait and somehow less valuable than teaching a lesson, which is the weirdest thing because Jesus theoretically had these empathetic characteristics, right? So like the Christian will look at me and like, well, I shouldn't have empathy. We're just ants. But Jesus didn't. Jesus said, if you touch even the hair on the head of one of these little ones, it'll be you might as well have a millstone tied around your neck. So like, obviously Jesus had some empathy. And Unashamed says, this grape apologist needs a reality check. Christianity is so toxic, they don't even hear themselves. So this is the point. This is the thing that religion does to you, Unashamed, is you'll get into the dialogue and you're so concerned, not about being rational, you're so concerned about defending your point of view that you'll say horrific shit just to defend your point of view without realizing all the time you're saying horrific shit. And we see it all the time here. Rashad says, another day, another Christian defending grape. Listen, it's going to happen. Every time I bring up the punishment of the 10 concubines, somebody is going to justify why it was good for God to do it. They have to. They don't have a choice. Either one, it didn't happen. The words mean different words. Or number two, God had a reason for it. So those are the only things you can do. And Steve, I don't know why you keep giving me your money. Why do you hate watch my channel so much? He says, autonomous pro-choice atheist women won't go to hell for murdering their unborn human children. There is no evil. I agree. There is no evil, and nobody's going to be going to hell because hell doesn't exist. And I don't believe that, fetuses are sentient, nor are they human beings. I think after 8 weeks, they developed the ability to feel pain. After, I don't know, 12 or 13 weeks, they start becoming vaguely sentient. I don't know what the weeks are. I know there is a time period where they do start feeling pain and they do become sentient. And that's when I would agree, yeah, maybe we shouldn't, be harming these things, these zygotes. But before that point, no. I mean, it's up to, and certainly if you have to choose between the life of the woman and the life of the fetus, why the woman should be allowed to choose? That's her choice. I don't have a say in that shit. It's her life. She's the one bearing the child. Dustin says, God is our workout coach and evil is building muscle mass. Baby cancer or grape are just leg day. Nobody likes it but to flex. Praise Swole Jeepus. You're right. The baby murder is just leg day. Listen, you're not supposed to skip leg day. I know it's hard. I know you can't climb stairs the next day. That happens. But you can't skip leg day. I didn't realize that. I apologize. I didn't realize that unaliving babies with swords is just leg day. I got to toughen up. I'll toughen up, guys. And the Freemason, thank you again for the $10 super chat, says, I'm raised Christian, but I'm more of a creationist, not strictly Christian, but I do believe in a creator. When and how do I come on as a caller? So if you're watching this on YouTube, and you are, there's a link in the description of the video where you can join and you can come up and talk about your belief in God. You can also get on TikTok and join via TikTok. But the easiest way is whatever works for you. Either one of those is fine. And Judith says, I just heard today is a big day of change for you, as it was foretold 2 weeks ago. Did it fulfill prophecy? It did, actually. It did. I told you that I had a big announcement, and I do have a big announcement. Prophecy fulfilled, Hadasa 0, Justin 1. And Mac, thank you for the DZ membership. I appreciate that. Frank, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, my man, what's the work news? I must have missed it. Congrats, whatever it is. So, Frank, I never envisioned having the ability to cook theists full time, but I'm at a support level because the audience here is so amazing and so good, and I'm able to push out content that the algorithm actually pushes out for me, which is another thing. If you see my videos, just watch, like, and comment. That'd go a long way, friends. It would go a long way to watch, like, and comment the videos when they come out, because the algorithm really helps to keep the channel going. So, like, a third or a half of all revenue on YouTube is from just the algorithm showing your video to people. So the more we can push the videos out, the better we do. So definitely, thank you so much for all the support and all the indirect support. So I really appreciate that. Also, Randy sent out 10 more DZ memberships. Thank you so much, Randy. I really appreciate that. Big W for Randy. And also Kyle K in the house. Thank you so much, Kyle, for the $20 super chat. Kyle says, ever heard of that dude that had a railroad spike go through his head? Oh, I have, actually. Yeah, I was in like the 1800s. He was a normal, upstanding person before, but after the accident, he became a totally different person. So this is such a really good case. This case comes up when we're studying personality changes and how it affects the brain and different things like that. Let me grab the name of the guy, because anyone who hasn't heard of this story needs to hear about this story. Let me find it. Phineas Gage. That's the guy we're looking for. Kyle, thank you so much for that suggestion. I'm going to put it on the screen. Phineas Gage was a worker who got a railway spike that went through his eyeball, through his brain, and he had significant personality changes. You can read about his case. There's a bunch of YouTube documentaries about Phineas Gage as well. I highly recommend reading the case of Phineas Gage. It's amazing. You're going to learn about biology, and you're going to learn about psychology and neurology, maybe even. It's fabulous. Kyle, great suggestion. And also the commentorium, thank you for the super chat, says, thanks for the membership. Elephantine equals island in the Nile. It's believed to be the source of all waters. If I remember correctly, there must be some mythology about Elephantine I'm unaware of. I know that Elephantine is a place in Egypt along the Nile. I'm not aware of any islands in the Nile. Is it an island? Am I crazy? Hold on. I'm just going to type in actual quotation marks, Elephantine Island, and see if anything pops up. Okay, if you go to Britannica, it says Elephantine Island in the Nile. So it actually is a sandbar, basically. It's a small community, a small island in the actual Nile River. I didn't know it was completely waterlocked. I thought that it was on the banks. That's really interesting. Well, apparently now I need to do some reading up on the geography of Elephantine. I didn't realize that. Thank you for letting me know that. That's really interesting, actually. I'm curious about their life on the island. Alex says, I heard you say you don't use KJV in Bible college. Why is that? I'm in the process of deconstruction. Well, the reason is because we know way more about Hebrew and Greek than they knew in 1611, which means we've got better lectionaries, or lectionaries. That's something you read from. Sorry. We've got better lexicons, and we just know the language better. And we've got more historical resources, and we've got more manuscripts as well in various languages. So we're better equipped to translate the Bible today than we were in 1611. And this King James 1611 did the best that it could. It's just outdated now. We've got better resources at our disposal. And they did also resist a lot of change. If you look at the editing instructions for the people doing the translation, they were explicitly told to keep it as close to the prior Bible, which was what was the prior Bible they were translating it from initially? It was a revision of the Bishop's Bible. They were revising the Bishop's Bible, and they were explicitly told not to change the language of the Bishop's Bible unless absolutely necessary based on the original languages. And so for the most part, they just left in what was in the Bishop's Bible unless there was an incredibly compelling case not to. Gumby, thank you so much for the $8.99, says just DZ'd 3 ladies preaching whilst out with your daughter last night. Interesting. Was polite and raised Isaiah and it being about Israel, Absalom, grape, etc. Epic. I am so happy, Grumpy, that you can take these talking points into the real world and just go cook people in the real world. It's amazing. It is amazing. I love that. Thank you so much.
I actually have a question that pertains to this, right? So
Yeah.
there's probably a lot of our audience that says, gosh, Justin, you're so smart. You know so much about this. Like, how do I become like you? How do I know the stuff that you know? What's your advice?
So unfortunately, the answer to it is not an easy answer. The answer is that, one, you have to study the topics, and typically that means professionally. Like, you want to go to a good Bible college or to a good seminary. That being said, the alternative is you can typically go to those Bible colleges and seminaries, and you can usually get like a sample syllabus for the classes and look at the texts and the documents that they're having the students read in the syllabi, and just get those resources and consume them and read them and study them. It's not as good as a formal education, but it gets you close to, like, here's what the scholars are teaching. You know what I mean? It's not the same as doing real good academic research. It's not the same as getting to learn from a professor who has been doing it for 25 years, and he learned his material from someone else who had been doing it for 50 years. So the quality is going to be different, but it certainly is going to get you closer to an academic worldview of the Bible than the nonsensical worldview of the apologist. Hopefully, is that a helpful answer?
Yeah, 100%. I imagine there's a lot of folks who go, gosh, like, I really want to know the Bible as well as you do.
Well, I tell you what, the best thing you can do, and I recommend it every live, is first read the damn thing. That's step number 1. Step number 2 is get a really good study Bible, like the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible or the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition, and get familiar with what the academics are saying about the passages. Even though they're condensed, they're small, the notes are small, you'll get a good flavor for what academics are saying about the passage, not what pastors are saying about it. But we got a bunch of super chats. I think I got time to get through all of them, though. And Bad Religion says, happy birthday, Justin. Us boomers are getting old. And you're right. I'm not getting any younger. I'm officially over the hill this year. Last year I was on the crest of the hill. This year I'm over the hill. I'm on the downward descent now. But thank you for the birthday wishes. And Jared says, happy birthday and congrats on the job situation. Well, Jared, thank you so much for the congratulations and for the super chat. We're going to cook as much as possible. And Leave in the Fold says, thank you for helping people critically think. That's what I want people to take away from this. If anything, I'm not saying everyone has to be an atheist. I just want people to use critical thinking and to not be led to make dumb decisions because your book told you to. And Marduk says, I forgot to ask in my previous super chat, what did Enoch mean by the phrase, I took my mother? That's actually a really good question. I'd have to reread the passage and do a little bit of exegesis to see how that phrase gets used, because it might be an idiom for something. But DM me. I think you're on our Discord. Send me a message over Discord. Remind me of this, because I'll look into it for you. I can get the actual Greek edition of Enoch and give you a better idea of what's happening. And Dustin says, just tuned in. Smells like this pretzel is already cooked. Yeah, we cooked some pretzels tonight, friend. I appreciate the super. And rock hard for Doug. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. Says, thou shalt not own slaves. That's gross. the Book of Doug. Also, praise Doug for your B-Day and the big news. Well, thank you so much, Josh. I really appreciate that. And praise Doug. And yes, we do have an active and alive Book of Doug in the Discord if you need to add to it. And Katie says, slavery, not spas. Super chat on the phone sucks. Sorry, I think we knew what you meant. That's why you retracted your prior comment. I actually couldn't read your prior comment because it got retracted. But thank you. Slavery does suck. We actually agree. Oh, I dropped my pen. Mr. Swanson says, do you post your lives on a podcast app? I don't. I don't know a good way to streamline it. I'm working on it. I'm working on an app that will take what's already on YouTube and just port it over to one of the podcast apps. I haven't found a good app for it yet. Now that I'm going to have more free time, I'll get on that. I could just download them and then re-upload them. I don't know if I want to go through all that trouble. We'll see. I've got hundreds of episodes, so if I can automate it, I will. The Nightman Cometh says, these young life indoctrinated Gen Z and millennial Christians are the absolute worst. Their apologetics are so bad. Actually, Nightman, first of all, I do agree with you. But second of all, I've been rereading some of the more apologetic church fathers recently. So I'm working through the disputations of Origen. And they're not much better. Like, it's the same old arguments, just worse. It's worse because they're putting more words to it. They're like articulating it in 30 sentences rather than 5 sentences. Where like the uneducated apologist, they'll just blurt out, the answer. The educated apologist has to do all the dancing and the circle jerking around the topic to get to the conclusion. Rashid says, she swears the sky is green. Praise Doug. Listen. The sky certainly could be green as long as you have a different idea of what green is. And Doc says, this woman's out here defending divinely sanctioned grape like it's a clerical error. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's exactly it. It was Nathan, not God. Honey, Yahweh signed the death warrant. Nathan just read it out loud. That's the point. It is a punishment. Because you did A, I'm doing B. It's a punishment. It's a decision that God made. The deliverer of the message is irrelevant, but Christian's going to cope. They're going to cope. Good point, though, Doc. I appreciate that. And the Christian atheist says, I feel terrible that I believe this for 47 years. Keep up the good work. Hail, Doug. Well, Christian atheist, thank you for the super chat. And a lot of us did for a long time. I believe for 20 years. Well, maybe just shy of 20, but pretty damn close to 20. I grew up believing it. Like when you're indoctrinated into it, you're going to believe the stuff. And Mike says, is Doug uncomfortable? A woman defending the consort grape seems like it might be infringing on his bottom. Wait, what? Doug? Listen, Doug is not pro grape, just so we're on the same page. But thank you for the super chat. And Steve Nash, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, thank you for doing this. Many of us feel so helpless combating this nonsense, and watching you dismantle it is beautiful. You are doing the world a service. Thank you. So Steve, that's how I feel about it. I feel like I'm providing a service, and I'm going to keep doing it as much as possible. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being here and watching. And Storm Chaser says, if they weren't graped and God is doing it, that means God altered the free will of the wives. Yeah, listen, if it was consensual, then God compelled them to commit adultery. Like, so getting away from the grape apologetic doesn't make it any better. God is now compelling them to sin, which is a contradiction of the New Testament when it says God doesn't tempt anybody. James chapter 2, I believe, says that. And Kay says, God wrote the Bible intentionally horrible to test his followers, and they all failed. Instead of questioning him, they all blindly followed him. So this goes with the evil God hypothesis, or is adjacent to it. Bash does a great version of this. If you ever get to see Sebastian Cole do this, tune in. And Dustin says, I'm very respected in the Christian community. Translate roughly to, I'm one of the most popular clowns in the entire circus. Yeah, that's actually it. That's like saying I was really good friends of Hitler. You shouldn't brag about that. Under Construction, thank you so much for the super chat. Let me guess. On this episode, Christians will say, 1, words don't mean words. 2, my God has superpowers. 3, I believe it because I believe it. 4, you are wrong because I have faith. And under Construction, you are a prophet. All those things did come to take place. And apparently now I'm your disciple. Thank you for letting us know you're a prophet. And Boop says, me and the boys spiriting after work on a Friday. Actually, that might be the best use of the word spirit as a verb. I'll give that one to you. That's a good one. And Commentorium says, what is your best counter argument to you don't have the spirit, so you can't understand the Bible? I got this argument isn't as a believing Christian. So first of all, usually my first argument is, well, then God has a self-defeating book, right? So if you come to the book and you don't believe, and you're saying, okay, let's read the book and determine if I believe it. Well, okay, if you, being a non-believer, don't have the Holy Spirit, you cannot read this book and come to the understanding that God is real and all this stuff is true because he hasn't given you the Spirit yet, right? So the whole thing is self-defeating. It's a nonsensical claim. Anyways, Brian, thank you for gifting out 5 DZ memberships. I appreciate that, good friend. And also, Wildman Chris is with us. It's been a while, Chris. Thank you for the super chat. It says also, in one, this was at Simeon the leper's house. In the other, it was Simon the leper, Simon the Pharisees. Which effing house was it? Yeah. There's some details in there. Other than the number of days that are different too, by the way. I don't know if anyone caught that. I didn't want to get bogged down in details, but there's a couple details that are different in those 2 stories. And you nailed one, Chris. You got one. I'm glad that you're reading with good eyes. And God damn says biblical slavery was fine. God had a dress code. Sure, that'll take care of it. And Wim says Jesus literally only convinced 12 people when he was live. Why should I even believe the claim 2,000 years later? At least Doug is contemporary, and you've seen him with your own 2 eyes, and you know he's real. And Doug's got thousands of followers right now, way more than Jesus ever had when he was alive. And Dark, thank you for gifting out 20 DZ memberships. Big W, Dark. I super appreciate that. That's very generous, my friend. And Silver Surfer coming in again with another $5 super thanks. Big W, Silver Surfer. Thank you so much. And Brian says, thanks for your channel. Got my NRSV updated edition using your cheat sheets to tab it out and start cooking. Praise Doug. Actually, a couple people have done that now. Get those book tabs, friends, like these. I've got tabs like these. And tab your Bible. Go get the cheat sheet, tab all the horrific shit in your Bible, learn it, memorize it, and then use it to beat people over the head with. And Dark says, just paying for all the awesome content I've been enjoying and spreading the love. Well, thank you for the $5 super chat, Dark. I really appreciate that. And listen, we have a great community that we support each other. I'm blessed to be here by Doug, obviously. And Zayar, thank you for the super chat, says 1 Kings 7:23 teaches that pi is equal to 3, indisputable proof the Bible was written by engineers. Also, praise Doug. Big W, there's some good math in the Bible. And now, some people would say, well, pi is not technically 3, it's 3.14, but you got to remember in the ancient world, that form of precision wasn't all that necessary for most things. So you can get away with saying pi is 3. I don't make that an argument too often, but that is an argument you can use. According to some calculations during the building of Solomon's temple, they do calculate pi coming out to basically 3 rather than 3.14. T-Maz says, would love another Q&A. I have so many questions. Well, T-Maz, we'll be doing one soon. So very soon, I'm going to be hosting on the Atheist Experience. I'll let you know. After the Atheist Experience, I'll go from there to a Q&A. And it's like a week or two. Kyle, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, is the logo supposed to be Jesus in occult studies? I can't tell you much about occult studies. I've ran into a number of occultists that do believe in like a divine logos, a thing of that nature, but none of them believe that it was related to Jesus. In my experience, no. And Kyle says, have you ever lucid dreamed? Actually, if I do have dreams, which I almost never remember my dreams, it's just blackness for me. But if I do remember a dream, it's almost always because it was a lucid dream. And lucid dreams are fun as hell. So my dream state is on both ends of the spectrum. Either it's complete black or I'm lucid dreaming, which is a blast. But typically it's just straight black. Good question, though. Lucid dreams are hilarious. They're fun. Holla Furphy, thank you for the 1,000 ARS. Big W, my friend. I super appreciate that. Very generous. He says, we need to figure out baby paste and foreskin emojis. Well, that's a brand new sentence. Yeah, you don't hear that too often. And for those who have been watching for a while, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If someone has an idea for artwork where we can do baby paste and foreskin emojis, get in the Discord, send me the artwork. We'll make it into an emoji. We'll make it happen. And Dustin says, oh my Doug, I can't believe she's back. Miss Prophet Queen, clip gold. She is clip gold. I don't know if we got a good clip that time, but we'll do what we can. And Kyle says, what a totally disrespectful person. Wow. Yeah, Hadasa is like that. Hadasa got no respect for nobody. And Jared said, Hadasa writing biblical fanfic in her free time. Go to her Amazon and look at the book she has written, by the way. It's filthy XXX rated God porn. It's crazy. She's a real author on Amazon. Go find her books. A flanker that says, congratulations, your flock is excited for the next stage in your journey. Come a long way. Flanker, not only did I come a long way, like, if you told me 2 years ago this is where I would be, I wouldn't have believed you. I had no idea. Like, I came on, I had no intentions of being able to do this full time. I said, I just wanted to participate in this discussion and free people from the toxicity of the religion. And because the community is so awesome, now I can focus on doing just that. And Carlos, thank you so much for the 200 MX. Big W, friend. He says, awesome. Happy to see you in this new phase. Carlos, thank you so much for supporting. It's because I've got supporters like you, Carlos, that I can be in this new phase. The phase is char fucking broil. That's the new phase. And LA Silver Surfer, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says, dude, happy birthday. Well, thank you so much, Silver Surfer. It's my birthday. I don't usually announce it, but everyone already knows. I can't hide it at this point. So we're going to get cake and ice cream here in just a little bit. And Kyle, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, all right, here's 20 for you and your son to get some watermelon, Publix watermelon, FTW. Yeah. So my son loves watermelon. He actually just consumed a half watermelon last week on his own. We're going to get some watermelon for sure. So thank you so much for the $20. It'll go a long way. We're going to have a blast tonight. And also, Carlos, thank you so much for the 500 MX. Thank you so much, Carlos. Holy shit. Carlos, thank you so much. It's very generous. And he says, birthday boy. Well, thank you so much. I had no idea that everyone would find out it was my birthday today, but apparently you can't keep these things secret. But thank you so much. I appreciate that, friend. And Draco says, happy birthday. I hope you have a good one. It's a blast. It's the best one. I had my last day at work. I'm with you guys. My son and I are about to go party and celebrate here in just a little bit. It's awesome. And Noah, thank you so much for the super chat. Good to see you. It says, how wild is it that I randomly sent a package on your birthday? Happy birthday from First Aid Fashion, Noah's Skins. I actually did get it. I opened it and it's amazing, by the way. So if you guys know Noah, she also has a fashion company, First Aid Fashion. She sent me some clothing samples and some stickers and it's amazing. I'm going to wear them on stream. You're going to see them soon. And she sent a shirt for my son. Thank you so much, Noah. I really appreciate that. You're going to love the shirt, though. It's an awesome shirt. Everyone's going to want one soon. I'll be your free advertising. I'll make sure everyone gets one. Germs, thank you for sending out 5 DZ memberships. I appreciate that. And Judas says, happy birthday, happy quitting day. Thank you for this channel. Praise be to Doug for all his gifts. Well, thank you, Judas, for your gift. I really appreciate you, friend. Thank you for always being here. And Robin says, happy birthday. Well, thank you, Robin, for wishing me happy birthday. It's very kind of you. And Rachel, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. So Justin, I'm so happy with the news you just shared. I've been watching and listening to you for so long. I was hopeful you'd make it to this point. Happy birthday, friend. Well, Rachel, thank you for supporting. Thank you for being here. It's wild to believe that I'm actually at this point. I had no idea I would ever get to this point, but man, I got to tell you, it feels good to be able to do what you're passionate about full time. And there will be no foot on the brake. I'm putting the foot on the gas pedal and we're going to cook as hard as completely possible. You guys know I don't do anything halfway. And Mel V, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, happy birthday. Thank you for all that you do. Been listening to you over a year. Oh shit. Thank you for listening all that time. You've helped a lot in my deconstruction as a 25-year-old. It was hard, but really changed my life for the better. Well, Mel, I'm so glad that I was able to help in your deconstruction. And I agree, it is hard. I didn't find it pleasant when I was going through it. It wasn't a good time for me. And so when I first started in the deconstruction space, my goal wasn't to cause people hurt by forcing them to deconstruct. But now that we've seen all the toxic religion, I think it's my goal. I want people to deconstruct at this point. Get away from the toxic religion. It's nonsense.
Justin, do you ever have any plans of maybe doing a live or having a recorded conversation with Bart Ehrman?
I do. I don't have anything in the works yet, but I'm hoping to get to that point. There's a lot of content from a text critical standpoint I want to do some video on. I want to dig into some good New Testament criticism, which he knows. He's been around. He's not technically a textual critic. He's more of a historian, but he's done a lot of work in that area, and he's done a lot of work in the history. So I think those are two topics that we could really dig into and have a lot of fun.
Yeah, that'd be really exciting.
I would love to. Yeah, it'd be great. Somebody, when I first started on TikTok, somebody was like, Justin, I think one day you're gonna be up there on a screen with Matt Dillahunty, and I was like, nah, probably not. That seems far fetched. But like the community in the deconstruction community has been so strong. Like you guys are just propelling me further and further, and the channel keeps growing and growing. Maybe one day I'll get on a show with Matt D. He's definitely a hero of mine, despite, he and I have different approaches, but definitely a hero of mine, helped me a lot in my deconstruction. But guys, thanks so much for supporting the channel the way that you have. It's been great. And Willie, thank you for the PayPal for the $5. Happy birthday. Keep cooking. Thank you so much. And Grim Reaper says, happy birthday, dude. I hope it's awesome. Smash on some cake for me. I'm definitely going to, Grim. I'm going to smash some cake here in about 10 minutes. And Woodspell says, I was in Plymouth. I saw a rock under a stone canopy. False God. Praise Doug. The Plymouth Rock was a different rock. It was a different rock. Thank you for the super chat. And Kyle says, I've learned a lot here. Thank you for all that you do here. Well, that's the great thing about getting to spend less time at work and more time doing this. I've got a backlog of books that I'm going through, not just so I can add more to the cheat sheet, but so I can bring more to the debate. So my goal is to always bring more material, always bring better and newer arguments. So in the future, expect to see a lot more stuff happening. And Aaron, you might be happy to know that I finally went out and purchased philosophy books that I'm going to be going through and finally learning philosophy.
Yes, love it.
I have to eventually, right?
Yeah. By the way, if you're going to talk to somebody like Big John Steele, you got to make sure that you go over not only like the fine-tuning arguments, but also Richard Swinburne and his argument for divine simplicity. As nonsense as it is, a lot of these people are pivoting to that. And as you know, J Mike and I play in a band together, right? So we're best friends and stuff. And he knows Matt Dillahunty, so I'm messaging him right now. I'm trying to get you on with.
All right, hook it up.
Yeah. Okay.
Kyle, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Kyle says, have you done any videos with another channel called Mindshift? Yeah, I did a video with Brandon from Mindshift. It was one of his podcast episodes. And we really cooked the prophecies hard on that show. And we did a whole episode on why Jesus is not the Messiah. It was a great episode. I had a lot of fun doing it. And Brandon's phenomenal. In fact, Brandon might be one of the first deconstruction channels I found on YouTube. We kind of started not too far apart from each other, but I loved his material from the beginning. He's awesome. And Zed says, what do you think about a deconstruction zone fantasy football league this season? Is there enough interest, you think? I don't know. That's actually a good question. I would be interested. If somebody in our deconstruction community was going to run a fantasy league, I would join it for sure. I just don't have time to run it. But people who are really into that, if there's somebody in the community who wants to run it, DM me on Discord, let me know. I'd love to do a deconstruction fantasy league. I love football, by the way. I grew up playing football. For anyone who don't know, I did football and wrestling all through school, and I loved it. I'm a total sports nut. I'm a big meathead, but I'm not as interested in sports as I am academia, so I don't really get a whole lot of time to dig into sports. That being said, I love me some fantasy football. So if somebody can get the league going, I'll join you. And she says, God ordered women who didn't bleed stoned. Since there was no birth control, it stands to reason that some were pregnant. So didn't he order abortion? This is actually a really good point because it coincides with Numbers chapter 5, where God basically commands abortion. And if in fact a woman doesn't bleed, possibly because she's already pregnant, and there's something happening with her body that's abnormal for her at least, and she couldn't bleed, and she got stoned, then yeah, technically the baby would die with him, right? This is actually a really good point that I haven't thought about. I thought about it in conjunction with Numbers 5. I haven't thought about it in conjunction with Deuteronomy 22. So that's actually a really good point. But we already seen it from elsewhere. God's not all that concerned with the life of babies in the womb. In fact, he commands armies to rip open the wombs of women in war. So yeah, not a good time. Narcissa, thank you so much for the $99.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Narcissa. It's super generous, my friend. Super generous. Says, okay, now my chat is matching up. So here is another $100 TDIF and happy birthday. Thank you so much, Narcissa. And thank you for being here. And thank Doug. It's Friday. Big W, my friend. Thank you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. And Neil says, I'm heading off to Prophet Hadassa's OnlyFans site to spirit one off the wrist. Shit. That's a good one. Guys, spirit might be a verb now. I think we made it a verb. Gary says, congrats on going full time. Well, Gary, thank you so much. It's friends like you that allow me to go full time. And Saint says, denying the island full of elephants is heresy. Guys, this is the fun thing. I'm learning something today. I didn't realize that Elephantine was actually an island. I thought it was on the bank of the river. So now I got to go study the geography of Elephantine, which what are you going to do? You got to do it, right? An atheist truck driver, good to see you tonight, or this morning, this evening, this afternoon, says, holy fuck, one gen is 38,000 years. Yeah. 1,000 generations is 38,000 years. Yeah. So that means whatever judgment was on the original people that referred to in Exodus 34:7, whatever that judgment was 38,000 years for the 1,000 generations. I think it's probably closer to 40,000 years because of the generation 40 years. But that means that you're fucked. For 40,000 years, your lineage is screwed. That's what that means. Thanks for doing some math for you, though. I appreciate that. And Maestro says, wait, was Hadasa back? Also, when dealing with Christians, have you tried a board game metaphor when describing their God's original design and choice of get out of jail free option? I haven't actually done a get out of jail free metaphor. I'm surprised it actually hasn't happened. But we do a bingo with these discussions. I've got a bingo card in my link tree. We haven't done it in a while. We do need to do a bingo night where who's ever listening, you can follow along with a generated bingo card with all the nonsense stuff that Christians say. And punctuated says, was Jesus racist vis-a-vis Mark 7? Also, what are the requirements for being a prophet of the most holy Doug? Praise Doug. Love the content. Well, all you need is a vision or a word from Doug, and you are then a prophet of Doug, as long as you're not telling lies. In Mark chapter 7, when it comes to being a racist, I assume you're referring to, is that the chapter where the woman is called a dog? Yeah, verse 24. So the Syrophoenician woman was called a dog. It's unclear if she was called a dog because of her religious or her ethnic background. If it's from her ethnic background, then yeah, she would be a racist. But either way, Jesus is suggesting here at this point in his ministry that anyone who's not part of Israel is not part of his mission. Right? He came only for the lost sheep of Israel. So if that's the case, then yeah, ethnicity plays a big thing. Also, guys, stop. We got to stop sending super chats, my friends. Got to stop sending them. I got to go. I'm past my time. I got to get off. Czar, thank you so much for the 700 ZAR. Big W, my friend. I appreciate the super chat. Says, thanks for making me the best Bible scholar as an atheist in my religious family. Well, thank you for supporting Dal. And listen, go cook them. Go cook them. You've got my approval. You got the information. You got the cheat sheet. You got the Bible. Go do it. Go show them what the scholars are saying. And Kyle says, all right, excited for Sunday. Hope I'll be able to come up and chit chat. Well, Kyle, come up and chit chat Sunday. I'd love to hear from you. And thank you so much, guys. There might be a couple super chats that I missed. I apologize if I did. I think there might be 5 or 10 on the board. I'm past my time. I was supposed to end at 5 o'clock. My babysitter is probably downstairs tapping her foot at me. Thank you so much for being here, friends. I love you. Appreciate all the super chats and birthday wishes. We'll be live again on Sunday, and we'll be cooking for a long one. It'll be a long stream. None of this 4-hour business. It'll be a full 6-hour live stream.
Happy birthday, brother. Make it a great one, okay?
Hey, thanks so much, buddy. Great to see you.